Okay, that was weird. That was weird. We got a black screen of glory. Blank screen of glory. We're gonna go over some things about pets. Oh my god, everybody's surprised. No, while testing some things today, what's going on, Trimler? How we doing? Just Butler, Marin Glace, G624, how we doing? My YouTube feed was broken. We'll stop breaking things. Jesus. I may or may not have tested some proc stuff today with pets. I also have officially leveled all of the mage pets up to 49. And never getting out. We messed with Puma a lot this morning. A lot. And I've found some things that will contradict some of the things that I've been saying, which is great. I mean, it's unfortunate, obviously, that we were wrong, but it is great to know that we have found out all kinds of new information. So that's exciting. I appreciate the Vadim, because I'm not gonna lie. One of the things I did today, I don't know, this probably isn't so great that this is gonna be one of the first things I say on my VOD. So all you YouTube watchers that are gonna catch this VOD later, I had to shut down my DMs. So my DMs are now locked. And reason being, since we've been creating content for EQL, we've been helping a lot of people out. And typically I try as hard as I can to answer as many of my DMs as possible. I try to work on things. I try to get things moving. And if I can, I try to help people out where I can. We've gotten to the point now where I'm receiving about 30 to 40 people's DMs a day. And it's distracting me away from doing things that I really need to do because of like my ADHD. When it goes ping, I can't lock in and like do the things that I need to do. And that's a me flaw, not a you flaw. So I had to kind of lock those down. So I'm sorry. Does the dev love or hate you for bringing everything to light? I don't know. I don't know if they love me or hate me. I'm gonna prefer not to even think about it in that way or that perspective. So we're gonna do Mist more, which actually, I allegedly turned on I can turn the audio up on here a little bit more. The audio can be a little better here. Let's see here. Control system audio. We can do this a little bit better here. There we go. Maybe there. I don't know. We'll see when we get up into the middle of it. But, oh, look. Wait, why are you light blue? Oh, because I'm 25 when I come here. Usually I come here much lower. Oop, that's the named. All right, he's rare. Yeah, nice. Okay. So I haven't really explored this place, like, from a high-level perspective. Like, I came in here and I got an item that I needed, and that's all I really did. So now we're here and we're going to kind of experiment with some of this stuff. And we'll kind of go from there. We love you, though. Yeah, well, I love you guys. But I really need to be able to, get, like, the video stuff done. And I'm literally, I was supposed to finish a video last night and then again this morning. And instead, I got roped into some things, and I ended up, like, dedicating all my time to that. So, yeah, I've got to do something to, like, corral myself a little bit. But what we did find is, no, run that monkey. I will not be trying that server. I will be staying far away from that server, and I will be encouraging other people to stay far away from it as well. But the thing we found out is that two really very, very, very significant things. One, what's the difference between dual wield and two-handers on the pet? Well, it can increase the damage, and with the certain windows, it can make a substantial difference. But where it really makes people curious is how it impacts procs. Because I was saying, and I was under the impression, due to other parses and things that I had looked at, that procs were broken away from the procs per minute system, which is like, you know, we all know the procs per minute system pretty well. Any of us that have played EverQuest for a while, we know that typically a proc itself basically will proc in a certain amount of times within a certain window. And so I went crazy, and this morning I just kept parsing my pet. I parsed it with haste. I parsed it without haste. I parsed it with dual wield. I parsed it without dual wield. I parsed it with other procs. I did everything I could to either get in the way of procs or make it as ideal a situation for procs as I could. I did most of this at a somewhat low dexterity level so that I could get a baseline. And now I can like push up and I can look at how much dex is actually influencing. That's a whole other thing that I got to get into. But what I can tell you is that right now, Puma is roughly 5 procs per minute at base dex. And what that means is that you were getting roughly 5 procs in a single minute's time from Puma. And what's even crazier is if you throw another proc weapon, or dare I say 2 additional proc weapons in there, you're actually seeing both of those proc weapons add procs on top of the Puma procs. Not instead of, not in lieu of, but those are also procking in their own windows. Why is that? Those guys are crazy. They've opted to put Kata and Aporia in a situation that is going to likely cost them tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars already. And I would not be surprised if those guys get sued through the floor. But we've talked about that like to insane nauseum. So I'm 54, love EQ, and I'm losing track. I got a YouTube recommendation about another server that looks, yeah. So, man, we can't escape it. All right, here's the deal. There's another server where they didn't steal. They took the code from an early, someone who was on the dev team early on, who currently is not working with any of the guys from THJ. That person shared the original database from back in February of 2025. They shared the database from 2025 with a group of people. Those people then took that database, they bent it and turned it into that Project Triune server as it is now today. That was, there's actually an active court order that's out there, and I don't think that server is probably all that long for this world. But there you go. That's kind of the skinny. Those guys included Kata and Aporia characters on their server, and as a result, it has caused all kinds of bad feels. And it actually now they have to go through legal process because what was done was against their settlement with Daybreak, and now like it could possibly cause all kinds of problems. They did not ask Kata and Aporia. They did not cooperate. They did not receive any type of permission to use their likeness or otherwise their representation. And so, yeah, it's probably going to wind up being quite a process. But that's kind of the skinny of it. At any rate, back to Puma discussion. So Puma. So we did a bunch of parses, and throughout those parses, we basically were able to determine that Puma, again, procs about 5 times per minute. You can use dual wield, you can use two-hander. And funny enough, what we were seeing was that Earthshaker, along with Puma and a proc in Earthshaker, was doing quite a substantially larger amount of damage, which is pretty interesting. Just got in. Someone using THU. Yeah. Greldic. It's It's the Project Triune server. They have characters in the game that are representing Kata and Aporia. Kata and Aporia have signed a settlement with Daybreak, stating that they will have nothing to do with any of that. Those representations, now could violate their settlement, and as a result, they're going to incur tons of legal fees, whether they had anything to do with it or not. Earthshaker meta, yeah, it's Earthshaker meta until they fix the problem, which they will fix the problem eventually. I just don't know when. Like, is it going to be next patch day? Is it going to be longer than next patch day? If I had to give anybody advice, I would say it's probably not a great idea to put much weight into Earthshaker because it is a bug. There's a handful of other weapons out there that you can use. For instance, the Shadow Knight two-hander is a great weapon. You can actually put that on a pet. It's very, very good. There's a handful of other things. I hope they do fix it, but if they do, they also need to buff warders. Yeah, well, I think they may have buffed the delay on warders. It's something I need to test a little more thoroughly. I need to run the numbers a little more. But it seems like they may have buffed the delay, the attack delay. Drew and SK, secondaries, Bard, Mage, Pal, Range. If I had to pick one of those, I like Bard, I like Ranger, probably the most. SK Druid, Ranger, SK Druid, Bard. Both of those are very good for different reasons. Druid Mage is not actually all that bad either. I kind of discounted that one a little bit, but yeah, Druid Mage is actually not a bad option. Buff the delay, meaning they lowered it so they attack faster. Correct. Yeah, I believe it appears that they are now attacking slightly faster than they were previously. But I need to make sure that I test it more so that it's not just like the server being lagged when the parse is reading it. So one of the problems that I've run into is the server isn't always entirely stable. You can't see it because my little Neriak thing is in the way, but the ping occasionally will have like a weird little blip. And when it has that weird little blip, it basically, the log stops moving, right? And then when the log starts moving again, it just timestamps everything at the exact same time, and it can cause a lot of problems with the parse, because basically it's detecting all these things all of a sudden happening at once, and it's not giving them proper timestamps. And so it can mess with the parse, and you can like lose a ton of data as a result of that, which sucks. Close when THJ stuff happened. I know Trust was in the campfire of devs on THJ. I don't know for certain what happened. I know there was a lot of things that happened as a result of that stuff. It's one of the reasons like there's a lot of bad feelings amongst various different developers and kind of the way that EQMU went. I did see that Moth stepped down from EQMU. I don't know what that was about. I haven't really followed much of the stuff that's going on with EQMU. I have no idea. I know Trust worked with THJ a bit. I'm not certain what happened to the Wayfarers Haven. I know when Acadius left, I know there's a fair amount of people who unfortunately had to find new homes, and not everybody wanted to go to Rogan. It's possible as a result EQMU had to do. Yeah, I mean it's kind of weird, right? So that would be like the black market agreeing with the US government that if the black market wanted to continue being the black market, they had to agree to whatever like legalities that the black market could follow. And then they could continue being a black market. It's a very weird thing. It's a very strange space. But anyway, yeah. I had Nearly Bis SK Beast Druid trio for pop on Wayfarers, but went back to play it and it was gone. Aw, that sucks. James Hagen, how are you doing, man? What's going on? What is it about Druid and Mage that you like together? So, first of all, Druid has the fastest haste. Actually, wait a minute. Can I show this to you guys? Does this character have the ability? Okay, no, I do, I think. Actually, hold on. Let me make sure. I should have quickness by now. Or maybe it's 26. I think I get quickness. Hold on. I don't have it yet. Okay. I did learn something really interesting recently. So, pet haste and casted spell haste are stacking, which it shouldn't, but it is. But it shouldn't, but it definitely is. Don't know what to say about that, but it shouldn't be. But as I said, it definitely is. So we'll see what happens. The Druid and Mage combination. So you got a couple of different things that are in there. First of all, you got a lot of Rains, and you got a lot of AoE spells, which are really nice. Druid has a natural AA that basically makes it so that they have increased crit heals, DDs, dots, basically anything they do has an increased chance to crit. Anything that can crit has an increased chance to crit. So what that ends up looking like is when you're dropping like rain, like if you put 4 rains on your bar and you just go boom, 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 and you're just raining everything down, even when it's one target, that's ridiculously strong. You're doing tons and tons of damage with that, which is really nice. And then, so believe it or not, Druids have one of the highest, fastest pet hastes. So it's actually really interesting the way that works, because now you have like a really fast pet haste that you can use on your pet, or, and hear me out here, I know there's going to be some apprehension here, but you can level using Charm Animal from the Druid. And then when you get yourself up and out and you've got some gear and you've got some motes into your spells and stuff, then you can transition over to the Mage pet, and you can actually use the Mage pet, which will be more stable. And like if you're not really big into charming, you'll have an option to play with like a regular summon pet. And the summon pets aren't bad, guys. I got to tell you, I did a lot of testing this morning. I got so bad that I was just like, I have to go find something else to do, because I'm like... I wanted to pull my hair out, because all I really get to do is just sit there and kind of watch the parse happen while I do other things. You know, whether I'm researching stuff or writing stuff up for a video, or like today I ended up helping a bunch of people with different questions they were having about their characters and stuff. And so that's basically the extent of what I get to do while it's parsing. And that's like, I never really get to play the game, because almost all of my time is like staring at a training dummy, or like today was going back and forth with Misty so that we could see who tanks better, what pet tanks better, what pet takes more damage, what pet takes less damage, etc., etc. Offered a way to make Emu legit, but not everyone wanted to agree to their terms, which IMO were ludicrous. Yeah, I mean, we won't get in there. Not everyone in the world is subject to U.S. copyright laws. Even then, there are legal ways to do emulation. Yeah. Do you know if clickies can reduce or eliminate spell global cooldowns like on Classic? That's a great question. I haven't really tried any of them. I haven't tried it. I'm almost apt to lean to no. Oh, you need to stop. Heal. There we go. Well, she blew through most of her mana already. That's good. Let's see here. Yeah, it's not fun task to parse endlessly. Thank you for doing the boring stuff so we don't have to. Yeah, extra bondage, no problem, man. Hopefully you're doing well, dude. From what I've seen, Bard seems DDDing everything in AoE, though. Yes. Bard is definitely DDD happy right now. I would expect that also gets kind of touched soon. Does this game just feel empty or lifeless? Tomb Beef Teeth, Tom Beef, 4534. Does it feel empty or lifeless? I have not had that experience. I see people pretty much everywhere I go. One of the things that I typically do as a content creator is I don't usually hang out in very public areas, because I can now. Ooh, I didn't realize she was tagged rare. I cannot typically verify like how someone's going to behave, which is why I typically hide my chats and things like that, so that it can't affect my channel. I'm gonna. I mean, if she's rare, like, hey, what's up, baby? Give me my motes. Have you noticed if you cast a rain and empowering is applied during each cycle, if you change your stance between, it affects the output? Yes. So it is, so stances are not snapshot. Okay. So a stance is not snapshot. A focus item is snapshot. Patch of shadows. Oh, interesting. Robe of the Keeper, shadowed book. What did we lose some faction? Temple of Soul. Oh, we probably don't want to kill her. We probably don't want to kill her. Awkward. Whoops. Probably a stupid question, but can I do a Plane of Sky class quest as a different class? Yeah, absolutely. You can do a class quest as any class. In fact, you kind of have to do it. Oh, she's a quest NPC, but she's rare. But she's listed as rare, which means she gives me motes. Actually, do we want to go in the back door? See if we can get the caitiff. I don't know if we're going to be able to kill these 3 mobs in here. Oh, wait. Is the caitiff literally right there? Hi, how you doing? Sucker. Are people actually grouping up at all, or is this 99? I saw an older vid saying group XP was awful. It was. They recently changed group XP. I personally haven't done a lot of testing with it, so I don't know exactly how much it was impacted, but allegedly they recently fixed it. So maybe really great, maybe really terrible. Don't know. I haven't messed with it. Well, there's like, yeah, the loot farming and the like mote farming and stuff like that's definitely good. General chat, yeah, exactly. Tired of me FD training you on stream. Joke. I'm not even playing Legends. What? Probably a stupid question. Did they change clicky illusions for pets? Not working now. Yes, they did change clicky illusions for pets. They absolutely did change that. What faction did you lose? Temple of Soul Row. Temple of Soul Row. Are people actually grouping? Is a backdoor bringing up our DMs again? Ooh. Uh-oh. People group up for loot and mote. If invocations aren't snapshots, does that mean I need to stay in empowering after I cast my dots to ensure they continue? Yeah, that is what that means. That is, in fact, what that means. It means that stance dancing will actually punish you, depending on what you're doing. Or invocation dancing. I don't know. What do you want to call it? Invo dancing. Yeah, we're coining a new phrase right now. It's invo dancing. I got 5 levels in 2 hours grouping in MM earlier. Nice, nice. Yeah, I'm. Wait, you got 5 levels in 2 hours? Yeah, that's pretty damn good, I would say. People got to level 50 in a day or two. I don't think there's a huge problem with experience. Okay. People got to level 50 not by grouping. People got to 50 by utilizing several things that were made aware to people prior to pre-beta and closed beta. The reality is that people who grouped, basically, it's splitting the XP, but in addition to splitting the XP, there's an additional reduction that's being applied. It's always rounding down, basically. So people were losing out on a bunch of XP. So grouping XP was terrible. And then they kind of doubled down on that and lowered it again unintentionally. And then this last patch, they fixed that. So there is dungeon scaling. However, it's not... it's not done very well. It basically just means they have more hit points. And that doesn't feel very good. I don't know if you ever played, like, there's a lot of third-person shooter games out there that basically, like, when you increase the difficulty, all it really does is add more hit points to the bosses and to the things you're killing. And it doesn't feel particularly great. And that's kind of the same methodology that they use here. 2 days maybe if you're playing 20 hours a day. The first 50 combo for me was over a week, and I played hard. Well, cardigans. There was exploits, not exploits, but there were methods that people used to do it. Yes, yeah, Milo. XR AC does in fact give you AC beyond the soft cap. Okay, now we've got it. Now we've got quickness, which we'll put on our bar here in a second. Some people super sweat TLPs and go from 1 to 50 in the first 24 hours, and whereas XP rates can't judge the overall state of the game based on the sweaty players. Exactly. Agreed. I get that, but what I'm saying is I don't think there's a huge benefit to having grouping bonuses. What? Are you saying that you don't think there's a benefit to the player base? You think that they should have the reduced experience as a result? Comes down to one person is able to kill 6 mogs faster than 5 in a group killing 30. Which one is faster or more viable is the right choice. There is a benefit. It just isn't a huge benefit. Not having huge grouping bonuses isn't game-breaking. I don't think it is game-breaking. Did anybody say that it was game-breaking? I just think that there's a lot of people who wanted to play together, and it feels bad to put in the same amount as a solo player and get, like, not even half of the amount of achievement for those people. They didn't like it. Why do people want DDD Bard nerfed in a power fantasy game? Oh my god. It's not a power fantasy game. Not saying there should be a grouping bonus, but if grouping XP is 1/20th the experience rate per hour is soloing, then no one will ever group. Yeah. XP per hour, not total. It's an MMO solo experience, but people shouldn't be punished. The issue is mobs have 3 times the hit points, and you get 1/4 of the XP for killing it. Yeah, when you group. Right, yep. You'd wind up with more motes if you group versus solo due to the experience differences. It's not all downside, depending if you're half full or empty in the glass view. You mean you wouldn't get as much experience as quickly, so you'd get more motes? You get more motes because XP is shit and you keep lower level. Oh, so you don't get more motes. It just takes you longer to get there. You're not actually getting more motes. That's like saying, like, if you build a house in the rain, you basically have to do double the amount of work, and therefore, you know, your house is nicer. But you're still having to put in all the extra work. That's a terrible analogy, by the way. EQ your own way, but with a lot of restrictions. Oh, your pet is definitely weaker than a fresh TLP pet. Now, when you level up to 50 and you level your pet up, it's quite a bit different, but pets are pretty good. What's going on, Cyanide? How are you? People play in groups for sure, but generally they don't do it for XP. Exactly. It's the same problem with P99. They're broken group XP ratios. 2 players is maximum XP an hour there. Going beyond that can punish the group, which is bad design. Oh yeah, but the difference with P99 is that if you don't have a bunch of like try-hard steamy players, then you're not basically seeing all the like, I mean, I don't know how much P99 you guys played. Most of the P99 I played, most of the players now are like top tier, but when I was playing, green came out, when I was playing, blue came out, and during those times, you know, it was very easy to get into a group with a potato, and the potato would often weight your group down quite a bit. Never played P99, yeah. Group raid is by far the best way to farm motes, if that's your only goal. And the less optimal your build, the better grouping becomes for mote farming. Yeah, that's fair. Yep, for sure. Don't miss the chrono farming drama either. Oh my god, yeah. Ooh, nice. Hey there, Glyph Ghoul. People do groups strictly to socialize, but you don't want to feel bad for wanting to interact with the community. Yeah, I group with my friends. I group with Reina, and I group with Nerd. Like, I do that not all the time, but I do it enough. We don't do it for XP. We just do it because we're shooting the shit and we're just like messing around. Sometimes we'll do it for raids because there's no penalty on raids. I don't know. Hi, it's me. I'm the potato. What's going on, Glarnock? Glarnock, somebody sent me a screenshot of you today. Ooh, doing naughty things. I saw you. I saw what you were doing. I was a group potato on many occasions. I've made 10K in a D4 hate 6-player over the last 4 hours. 10K plat. Come on. Nice, dude. I was also the potato. Yeah. It happens. Listen, I was a potato once upon a time, too. I came in late on P99, and it was hard to find groups, yet you'd see groups of 2 people who wouldn't let more... Oh, no. Greldick. That's not why. That's not why people of 2 people would not accept you into their group. So, you're not supposed to box over there, but lots of people do box over there. Oh my god, I love this guy popping up and over. And so, lots of people did box, even though they're not supposed to. And that's what you're seeing. You're seeing a lot of people boxing, and they won't accept new people in because they don't want to get caught boxing. Very, very common. What server are we on here? Up there. Somewhere. When my hand doesn't get cut off. It's up there, Neriak. Ooh. What do we got here? Gilded Mist Mode Visor. Ooh. Crap. I hate it when my hand gets cut off. I know, me too. It's the worst. It's the worst ever. Man. What if I can... Is he back? Does he walk back down there quite frequently? Oh, there he is right there. Come back through. Come back through. I'm right here, Avenging Caitiff. How goes the new Mistmore? It goes all right. What's going on, Xiao Xiao? You know, it's really funny. I said your name yesterday, and now here you are. I literally said your name yesterday. Had a whole conversation about you. Blamed you for all sorts of things. And then here you are. Like magic. It's like magic. I summoned you. Nice sword. Where did it drop? Oh, this is a quested sword. It's probably all my fault. Oh, we were talking about... So, you remember the days... You remember the days where people are like, man, melee damage sucks. They need to buff melee damage. And then do you remember that melee damage got so out of control that then all the casters were like, what the hell? The melee classes are doing all this crazy stuff. But melee sucks. I was hoping they put Mayong in the game. Yeah. I don't know. They might do something. Joe Zagata. Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. I was hoping they put Mayong in the game. Wonder if there's a way to get him to spawn at night now. Maybe. I hope so. Need a similar patch in this game? No, they do not need a similar patch in this game. They do not. This game cannot take that level of swing. This, like, the second that you made it so that melees do more than casters, then all the casters would cry, and then when you fixed it again, then all the melee would cry, and then all the casters would cry, and it's just, you're never gonna achieve, like, a level of balance. It's already bad enough because you have outlier classes, like the DDD problem, things like that. I just play a bard in this game, OP as fuck. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Ooh, the imp. Nice. The crying is endless, right? I'm happy with my level 10 conflag casting in 1 second, hitting for like 1,550 damage on average. Nice. People cry no matter what. Yeah, well, it's not like, it's just not intended for the level of balance that people want from it. And like for instance, two-handers are a really great example. So two-handers are actually very strong, but you don't get flat damage for playing with two-handers. Like people just want you to be able to turn on auto attack and like, oh, I'm top DPS. And that's just not the way it works, right? So as a result, like with people wanting that, people want melee boosted because they literally want you to turn on auto attack and be able to be top DPS. Now, if you do that, then what's going to happen is a caster will then take that and do more DPS with that, which is sort of what's happening with two-handers right now. Now, it doesn't... Two-handers themselves are not necessarily top DPS, but threading spells between attacks is actually quite crazy good. Very effective and efficient. Sal, thank you so much. Mark Hubler with the resub. Thank you so much, man. Hopefully you're doing problem. What DDD problem broken? There's no damage cap on DDD, and you can do all sorts of silly things with it. Yeah. And ignore melee. Yeah. I mean, you do until the next patch when that gets taken out. I can't imagine they're, like, given some of the changes that they're making recently, I can't imagine that gets allowed to stick around for long. But if you remove DDD, Bard becomes useless? No, it doesn't. Wait, in what world does Bard become useless after they take DDD, or they downgrade DDD? Bard do be pretty... Wow, okay. Interesting. Interesting takes. No use in AoE slow, no use in the resist, no use in haste, no use in procs, no use in damage shields. What level is the revamp? They didn't change the level. If it's your first time coming through here, you probably want to do it at about level maybe 15 to 20. If it's your second time coming through here, then you can probably do it at, like, I mean, I was coming here at level 10. Really, I'm leveling Ranger now. I have the Skybow, but it's +0. Yeah, oh, dude, the Skybow is nuts. Leave my pet alone. Gonna have to heal him. Also, no damage cap on bows. I crit for 1.5. Yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about DDD. Full clear D, 4 POF in 30 minutes. Bard, Enchanter, Wizard, earn 12 A's. Huge item gains, upgrading, and it still just feels giga busted. Really, I'm leveling Ranger. Wasn't that the problem on THA? And how? Yeah, exactly. That is exactly what the problem was. That is exactly what happened. 10k DD, fine. Pets gaining 7 DPS from bashing with two-handed. Nerf it now. Well, that's what I'm saying. I like, honestly, in all honesty, if they're willing to go that far to take that simple thing away from pets, I can't imagine they let DDD continue doing 10k. What's going on, Cam Bam? How are you? Slow isn't useful in a game where your goal is to nuke a mob 30 seconds, though. I don't... So, why would you take an anecdotal experience of nuking a mob to death in 10 seconds because you or a handful of people are doing it that way, and then you would say that everything else is useless because they're not playing the way that this particular thing operates? People aren't playing Bard to play Bard. They're only being used to be OP wizards. Same thing happened B-Sword whenever a server allowed Bloodlust. Yeah. Slow as can you level lock? No, you cannot level lock. They're eventually supposed to be adding some kind of, like, system that's going to allow them to... You're going to be able to, like, rebirth your character, but we don't know much about it yet. Do you prefer Mist more to Befallen? So I played closed beta and pre-order beta, and so Befallen is, like, so stale to me that I really don't like going there anymore. I did go there to farm some whatchamadiggits there, some motes, but other than that, doesn't really matter to me. I don't really care. I just need the motes so that I can level more spells up. Got to get them pet spells up, guys. They took bash away from pets and it was like 10 DP. It wasn't even 10 DPS. It was not even 10 DPS. I have the parses. I could tell you exactly how much DPS it was. I don't even think it was 5 DPS. And they didn't take the bash itself away. What they took is, like, you had 50 bash, 50 damage bashes as opposed to 8 or 10 or even 20. Slow is most OP spell in EQ historically, and IMO still is, yeah. Yep. I doubt the pet shield was priority change, just an easy change. Lots of times unintended behavior is easy to patch, even if it's not game breaking. That's fair. That's fair. All we know about Rebirth was turning stat hard caps into soft caps, and each time I wouldn't. So Paradox Moose, correct me if I'm wrong, please. But I don't even know is that I would like take a lot of that for what's being sold, just because I do feel as though there's been many situations, many circumstances in which they have flipped the script on things. Like we still don't even know what's even going on with the alias system. So I don't know is like, I really don't know if we should count on or plan on anything until we're actually seeing like it manifests itself in game. Chris, what's going on, man? Sir, my DDD only crits for 9,555 or 53. Sinister, you're doing it wrong. Wow, you're bad and you should feel bad. I find the Dark Elf named and Befallen are the best for motes on D4. Why do dungeons like MM not offer the same consistency, do you think? So they do. The problem is the where the named are. Like we can go. I can show you. Like, oh, you guys can't even see that. You see how they have the little swords above their head to show that they're like, they're aggro, like threatening. It would be really cool if they added something to that basically signified like, hey, by the way, I'm a cleric, or hey, by the way, I'm this other thing. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like if they had something that was like, oh, I do this thing. Oh, that pet is so dead. We'll just bunk a bunch of this on this guy. Hey, by the way, I'm gonna really mess you up. Don't you mess me up, bro. Don't mess me up, okay? Don't you do it. Warrior Enchanter, Warrior Necro, Warrior Necro. Where's that Enchanter at? Them's fighting words. You know the false wall? Yeah, I do. Where the Caitiff is, going up to the tower. Yeah, we're gonna die. No! It's alright. It's not that big of a deal. It's a little bit much right now, but we'll get there. Buffing. Oh, crap, I don't even have those spells. Damn it, I didn't save a freaking spell bar on this freaking goddamn fucking character. Whatever. What gain do pets get from using motes? They gain hit points, they gain attack, they gain evasion, they gain armor, they gain accuracy. It also increases how much their base damage is. So really important, don't ignore the level. Yes, they do gain levels, but ignore the level. They gain stats, and the stats is what's important. The way that they're currently set up, they level very weird. There's no real way, like every single pet behaves differently, and it's super stupid and dumb. Unbelievably stupid and dumb. Hopefully it gets fixed. We're going to make a video. We're going to talk about it, but yeah. It's uncomfortable. What's going on, Rev? How are you? Fair, that's all we get from the Q&A after presentation. If they change it, at least we'll know it was changed. What up? Class symbols. That's fighting words. I just got back from hiking the mountains of your mom. Rev, my mom is more like caves, cause my mom is in a grave, so not really a mountain. Yeah. Suck it, Trebek. Only increase base damage with no weapons equipped. Well, it increases the damage. It's a whole, yeah, that's a whole nother thing. That's a whole nother can of worms. All right, we need to get, oh wait, we have to get all our frickin' stupid spells. Which pets are worth leveling to 10? Necropet, Enchanter Pet. No, not even Necropet, because Necropet's weird. Enchanter Pet, Shaman Pet, Beast Lord Pet are all worth leveling to 10. Mage Pets are level them to 8. I'm sure I'm forgetting. Oh, Shadow Knight too. You can do Shadow Knight. Necropet. Is Necropet to 8? Yeah. I gotta look at it more though, because I gotta see what the impact. Because if you level them to 10 and then you use the focus items, they have a different effect than if you level them to 9 and you use the focus items, and they have a different effect than if you level them to 8 and use focus. It's so dumb. It's so convoluted. I don't know. I'm sure they just they were like, man, we're just gonna come up with the easiest answer possible, and we're just gonna wipe everything with this super easy answer, and then we're going to go from there and pray and hope that it works and that it's good. And it's not. It's real bad. Why Enchanter Pet? You can charm. Somebody asked, which pets do you level up? So when you ask which pets you level up, then Enchanter would be one of the pets that you would level up to 10. Also, funny enough, in doing some of my parsing, Enchanter Pets may be one of the most wonky pets out there. They literally bash as much as they auto attack, which is, I think there might be some room for some really squirrely shit. What are we doing here? We got that. I think there might be some room for some really fun, mechanisms because of the way that they operate with that. But we won't know until we test it, so we have to get there. Very strange, probably a bug. It's not even a bug. It's the way that they created a formula, and then they basically think of a paintbrush. They basically hit everything with the same paintbrush. So the fact that there's green on the paintbrush meant there was green on everything, and the green did not very well integrate with all of the other things that are in the painting, but they still hit it all. And so now there's green on everything. I'm using this as an analogy, but basically the green that's on everything they done fucked up AA Ron. You know what I'm saying? Put regen in here. My Knight of Neriak and Hate last night had 37 DPS from auto attack and 30 DPS from bashing. Would be nice if every custom thing they added wasn't wonky shit. Nothing seems to work. Well, that's the problem, is because every time they go to fix something, they end up adding some bizarre new system to fix whatever the problem was before, and it's not properly QA'd. And so it ends up washing a bunch of stuff. They've look at the stances. They've messed up so many of the stances. They've incorporated various different stances into the game, and then they've absolutely destroyed them by either implementing new spells and new things that do what the stances do. They've also the striker stance doesn't it's broken. It doesn't even give you the accuracy that it says that it's supposed to. There's just so many different things that are just you go in and you start looking at that stuff and you're like, wait a minute, this is actually really, really bad. What is even going on here? They will never fix this mess. I mean, it's a very, very large range stance. Accuracy is also not working. Really silly. No kidding. I'm going to test Spellblade again. I tested the crap out of Puma this morning and found some things that I wasn't expecting. So I'm gonna retest Spellblade. I'm gonna see if maybe I screwed up. Maybe I got it wrong with Spellblade. I'm gonna look into it. I know that mana doesn't affect it. They said that mana should affect it. I've tested the crap out of mana. God, I love it when they're running so fast right around. Even if stance is in invocations are broken, they're probably the best new system to come up with. When you say the best, are you talking about, like, the concept is the best idea? Or are you talking about in function? Puma gains damage every 2 ranks, but only on players, not on pets. LOL sigh. Not implementation, definitely the concept. Well, they didn't come up with a concept, right? Like, the concept is in the game already. You eventually get, like, AA, you get stances in the game and regular EQ. Not that I want to, like, take away from what they're doing. I just realized how that came out. But, like, wasn't really, like, a new idea. I'd say item and spell upgrades. I haven't played regular EQ in a long time. No. I mean, you're fine. It's not done the same way. Like, you don't have a stance bar and all that crap. It's, you basically have to buy an AA, or you get auto-granted an AA, and you get a hop button that, like, turns the stance on or turns the stance off. And it can be something like increases your damage with two-handers, or increases your accuracy dual wielding, or, like, there's a whole slew of things. I didn't mention this was when weaving life tap between 2-hand swings. Yeah, exactly. Character animations have 0 effect on DPS unless it's a buff. I don't... True. I was trying to give them a W. Oh. Try harder. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I like... Puma is interesting because we basically figured out that Puma is on a proc per minute system. It's roughly 5 procs per minute. And at least the first, like, 3 to 4 hours of parsing show that you can increase the proc pool. This is only the first 5 hours of parsing, but, like, you can increase the pool of procs. Roughly 100 dexterity increases the procs by about 0.5 per minute. So I don't know. There may be a line somewhere, like, you know, if you break into 200 dex, or if you break into, like, 250 dex, or you break into 300 dex, whatever. There could be some type of thing like that, but for the most part, it's kind of seems like a pretty big investment. But it may be right now, with all the stats not working on your pet, dex may be the way to go. Even if you're only squeaking out an extra proc a minute, because you're going to have the outliers too. Reversing endurance when in classic endurance was otherwise useless is a great, regardless who came up with it. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it actually wasn't useless in classic. In fact, they used to have spells like invigorate and things like that because it wasn't useless. You used to use stamina every time you swang. You swang, and the weight of a weapon would determine how much stamina you used, or endurance you used, when you swung the weapon. Just need that Aquaman back. Yeah, there you go. Hell yeah. What's going on, Nuad? How are you? Modern EQ Warrior is so much better design than EQL Warrior, being able to swap between parry, shield, two-hand. Yeah, but to be fair, like, modern EQ Warrior is, like, a completely different era with, like, 27 years of expansions. Disciplines used endurance. Well, you didn't have disciplines in Classic. Like, true Classic didn't have disciplines. And 50k AAs. More AAs, please, sir. Good, Kitty. What's going on? The heals and stuff are kind of interesting. Once they have a new system that's coming, that's going to be really interesting. Somebody told me about this new system that they're working on, which is really cool. I think that is going to be really neat. Once people get into there, I think that'll be exciting for for people to get to give a little test ride. Leaks. Somebody leaked it. I'm not going to get into what it is, but I will say that it sounds fun. I haven't really played it, so. Endurance was important in Kedge because swimming used... Oh my god, Cardigan, yes! Oh my god, it was dog water. It's one of the reasons original Kedge was so tough. Exalt. Test ride. Oh, does it have to do with dungeons and instances? Maybe. Maybe it has to do with dungeons and instances. I wish they would have just made 1x heal over timeline for Shaman and remove the move speed, slow, attack slow. I get Torpor uses it, but it's obnoxious to use when new Druid one is nice. I somewhat agree, yeah. The only problem is that, so Druids get a better heal because they don't have a slow. Whereas Shamans have a slow and they get a heal. So it's like, if you couple the two things together, it's ridiculous. And if you had a Druid with slow, then it would be even more ridiculous, right? Like, not to say that you can't just take a slow class, but that's kind of the thing. That's how it works. Will that work on the street on a Friday night? How about the test ride? Maybe. Hey man, I've seen you testing leveling, playing many different trios, but what's your favorite trio? Do you have one? Locke. I haven't really been playing my own character or anything that I really want to play. So I don't really have one right now. I haven't really been, like... I've been basically test riding a bunch of classes to create content. Pretty much the extent of it. Broken is here for content, not the game. Shill. Oh, man, no! I didn't want to be a shill, no! Oh, golly willikers. Didn't mean to be a shill. Want to try Shaman, Druid, Beast? A lot of dots, man. It's going to be crazy dots. You might want to wait until... You may want to wait until they fix Beast Lords, though. So Beast Lords right now have a bug. And the quick cast dots are permanently going on cooldown, which is quite a nightmare to deal with. Sometimes they fix, sometimes they don't. Usually it's resulting in me having to log out in order to get my spell bar fixed, which sucks. I may have missed the answer to my question. Well, I didn't even see you asked the question, guys. Chat, don't tell him. Don't tell him. We totally saw his question. We totally saw his question. Where is it? Where is it? Where's his question? Oh, God. Oh, God. Where is it? I don't even see it. Is it in there somewhere? Oh, there it is. So what shaman spells are worth leveling besides Odium and Togers? Oh, shit, guys. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. We totally saw that, right? Don't rat me out, chat. Don't rat me out. Who's he chilling for? Big parses? I mean, not for nothing. I've played EverQuest for pretty much ever. And I've been playing this. I made a mistake and played the open beta and stuff, and like really I've kind of cooked myself recently a little bit on it. Yep. There we go. Level up True North, you bastard. That's cold, bro. My slow for my druid monk is rogue. Interesting. Want to buy Puma, lasting plus 1 minute per upgrade level? Oof. Tangent, how you doing, man? Level True North to 10. I'll point south. Yes, actually. It won't. If you level True North to 10, it'll actually point you west. Okay? If you level it to 10, it's going to point you west. And that's just the only way. Oh, crap. No, I guess I did click it. There we go. Broken challenge run, Wiz Mage Enchanter. Melee build. Benedict, I just did that. I literally just did that. And I didn't use Charm. I leveled with Mage Pets only. If you're getting burnt out on EQ, let's turn this into Warhammer channel. I just ordered my first set. No. Unless you guys want to really step up your donations. True North 10 actually points you to a Mana Stone. Probably. It probably should. That would be great. Oh, that'd be pretty sick, actually, Crunny. Hell yeah. That would be pretty sick. That would be a nice little Easter egg. You poor fool. No! Wait, Glarnock. What did you buy? Like, what army did you buy? I'm waiting for Summon Bristlebane bundle, 10. Okay, guys. If Glarnock chose the wrong army, we all have to shame him. Any info on that probably shitpost about helping Fippy? Wait, what is this? Wait, what? Cambam, I have no idea what you're talking about. I got Strike Force set or something. It was called for smaller games, and I got some Fire Dwarves. Oh my god, you got squats. Are you serious? Did you get a squat Strike Force? Squats are the meme. That's the meme army from Warhammer. It's hilarious. Someone on Reddit posted something about maybe happening if you help Fippy reach his destination. Interesting. So, okay. So for those who don't know, and this comes directly from the original developers of EQ, back when they created EQ, they created Kinos, they actually had an event there where the null, my god, he's so fast, so furious. They actually had an event there, which, oh, this is going to be awful to kill these two. They had an event where you would, basically the nulls were trying to attack the town, and there was a whole, like, if they won, there was a result that happened, and if they lost, there was, like, a different result that happened. The problem is at the time, the netcode was so terrible that basically every time they triggered the event, it completely, like, crashed everything, so they had to take it out. Because at the time, the technology didn't meet the... Like, the technology didn't meet what they were targeting to do. I don't know what a blueberry frat boy is either. I'm kind of curious. Am I... Oh. Would have to look. It was on sale and looked cool. Okay, cool. I didn't realize Warhammer 40k stuff went on sale. That's crazy. Did nobody tell Games Workshop? Mana Stone would be fun to build around. I want tons of hit points. Complete heal, something DPS-y to lump tons of mana into. Probably an AoE farm build of some kind. Oh, we're doing Age of Sigmar. Oh, okay. Wait, so you're doing fire... Whoa, are you doing... Dude, are you doing freaking Slayers? Is it a bunch of, like, half-naked dwarves with big axes and stuff? Wait, you said fire dwarves. Oh my god, you're doing the frickin'... Yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Cool army. Those guys are great. No, they're not Chaos Dwarves. They're... So, it's the... I forget what the hell they're called now, but it used to be the Slayers. Now they're like the Fire brand, whatever, something or other. They drive like big freaking lizard monsters into fights and drums and Cardon something. Yeah, I think so. It's on sale because the army is all one pose. Is it? I never really played Age of Sigmar. I played Fantasy. A real problem with Warhammer. Still have a real problem with Warhammer. If anybody needs any models, I'd be more than happy to separate myself from my armies on the cheap. Fire Slayers, that's the ones. Moonrake, way to go. Way to come in with the clutch. Listen, you don't know your army all being in one pose until you played original Warhammer Fantasy back in the day. When you had Skaven, you had like 90 Skaven in a pack, and every single Skaven is a rat like this. And you had to like cut into their swords a little bit because they couldn't even line up correctly. The end times didn't happen, and it's still just fantasy. I hate Age of Sigmar. Bajillion clan rat. Exactly. Oh man, what are you talking about, clan rat, man? You got slaves. You don't freaking clan rats. What are you talking about? You just run massive globs of slaves, and then you run as many freaking what's the gun that shot warpstone launcher? Is that what it was? The warpstone, warp lightning, the wheel. Oh my god, the wheel and the bell. Oh. Warp. You have the plague monks. Oh my god, the goblins with the freaking. I freaking love the goblins, the night goblins who had the little ball and chain. For some reason, I'm drawing a blank on what they were called. Fanatics. Oh my god, they're so great. Do mushrooms get crazy? Go crazy. Warlock engineers were A+. Yeah. Warplock. That's what they were. Warplock engineers. Yeah. That's what they were. Yeah, I have 2 separate Skaven armies. That was my army. So I played Skaven and I played Space Wolves as my first forces. And back then I didn't really know what I was doing. And then when I got older and I got disposable income, now I don't want to talk about how much I have. My wife would probably prefer if I had none of it, frankly. Besides Lorguk. Wait, where? What? There was a guy near me selling a large set of something gits and squig things. It's $800. Really considering it though. Glarnock, you should hit me up offline. I have some things, and I'm more than happy to separate myself from them. And I would do so probably cheaper than that. Is Crag's Heal or Slug's better to upgrade? Slug. He will open his DMs just for you. Commander deck worth 2K. Jesus Christ. No, I need to. So I have an orc army. I have an old metal orc army. I have old metal Sisters of Battle army. I have Necrons. I have Dark Angels, Crimson Fists, Iron Warriors, Ulthway, Eldar. Shit. I know there's more. The Armor Cast Titans, awesome. Cambam, you're my favorite. You got to keep your iron. Oh no. So I will not separate myself from my Iron Warriors, and I will not separate myself from. I have a bunch of World Eaters and my Eldar. Everything. Yeah, pretty much everything else I would let go of. The only reason is because when I was young, I don't know what the hell to call her, but basically adopted mother bought me a lot of the minis for that. And so they have like sentimental value. Like she bought me Karn the Betrayer, the old metal one, not the new one. So I'll never get rid of that metal. Holy crap. We are really turning into a warrior. Whatever. Glarnock, me and a couple of my buddies, we used to live stream our games, actually. We used to travel all over the East Coast doing tournaments and stuff. We would go to New York. We'd do the big, like, Temple Con, Gen Con, Adepticon, all that shit. Time to play Age of Reckoning? No way. Nope. That game is actually, like, it's not a bad game. It's fun. Don't get me wrong. But it is very buggy. It is fun. It's interesting. Respect to the devs for doing it. Love the game. But it's... no. I would do Lower Gook 42 to 43, then Soul Beat Imps. What part of Lower Gook? I feel like most of the mobs are a little low by the 40s. Oh, Patty, go to the live side and go to... there's a guy called the Froglock King. Go give him a little hug. Hang out in his room. Get yourself a nice little haste two-hander. Kedge is even better. If you're willing to go underwater, giggity, Kedge is the place. If you're worried about a buggy game, why play EQL? I don't know, like, Priest, you constantly, like, paraphrase things. I love you. I said I don't want, like, that one is even more buggy than EQL. That is what I said. Play a lot of Total War Warhammer 3. Oh my god. I'm looking forward to... So, the Warhammer 40k Total War is coming out. And then Dawn of War 4 just got pushed back. Those are looking really good. You have that two-hander in my any slot? Ooh, how deep? Yeah, dude, it looks so good. Looks so good. Even in death I serve. Or the Emperor. Slay the witch, the heretic. Hell yeah. Absolutely. Did you see that they, like, remade it? I'm debating on doing the 49 WizQuest for Ice Comet. Yeah, do it, Benedict. They nerfed it, but it's still good. I put my fist in my any slot for the fire protection. Ooh. Is it spicy, Cardigan? Is it a spicy fist? I didn't, excuse me, I didn't buy it. I meant to buy it, but I ended up getting tied up doing other things. Literally. Not really, no. Suffer not the alien, the mutant, the heretic. Yep, that's a good one. It's a good one. Brother! Brother! Defend me, brother! Oh, man, if you kill this guy fast enough, he can spawn pretty much... It seems like he can spawn anywhere out here. So you can get multiple spawns in one rotation, which is interesting. I don't know how many people are doing this, but we definitely noticed that. I don't even know if that's intended, but it happens that way, and we like it. Why don't you use your pet? I was, but it dies way too quickly. What's going on, Akari? How are you doing? Did you end up killing the big red dragon? Or did the big red dragon end up killing you too many times? Damn, they put the glyph ghoul way out there. We're getting close. Actually, at 27, I might be able to push through those three. Although the castle entrance is a bitch. 42% was the best I could do before I ran out of steam. Yep, you'll have that. You will have that. It's a tough fight. You will get there, though. Your build is literally insanely strong. You absolutely have to wait. You have to wait until you get further in for you to get all of your spicy good spells. All right, let's see if I can grab this Avenging Caitiff again. He's right here. Wonk. Give me your goods, fool. I need your motes. Give me all of your motes. Once you hit 46, I would go to hate 0 to get 50. Yeah. It depends on the build. That can be a really good idea, but it can also be a really terrible idea. Like, it was a really terrible idea for me to do that on that character that I was playing. It probably would have been a better idea if I charmed, but I was just kind of like, just not charming. Okay, we can try this again. No promises. We might just dirt nap it. There's a caster in there. How many clerics did we get this time? Oh my gosh, there's so many of them. Warrior, shaman, warrior beast. Oh, they've all got feedback too. Jesus Christ. At 46, definitely go in this. Unless you like where you are. No way, you go to Kedge. You always go to Kedge. Live in Kedge. All the Kedge. So much Kedge. Kedge is the place. If you don't go to Kedge, you're the worst. Oh, hey there. Oh, do you think the moats will be the same in Kunark? No. Nope. I don't. I think I actually had a discussion with a couple of people about this the other day. I do not believe that, I think that Kedge, Jesus Christ. I think Kunark will have its own moats. And you won't be able to upgrade your Kunark gear with regular, like, classic moats. Right? Like, I can't imagine they do it that way. I like Kedge, but it's too spread out. I can show you the way, my friend. I can show you the way. Kedge is very, very good. You can actually get 6 named in one area. 6? Wow, you fudge. You might actually be able to get 7 if you can kill them fast enough. And swimming is slow. Psh, level your swimming. Quit being a bitch. Level your swimming. I did fairies in Sky from 46 to 50 recently and padded my Sky runes. Interestingly, they clumped in the first 5 runes. Bears testing, targeting wind runes. If it matters where you farm them. Yeah. So the Sky thing is kind of interesting. Name don't help you level. Yeah, but name gets you motes so you can level your spells. Can turn you into a sexy, sultry little spellcaster boy. Or level your items. Ooh, ow. That one hurt. That one dropped the big old D. He just died. He was like, nah. They better make the moats all lizard themed in Kunark or I'm going to be sad. What could they do? What could they make them? Like, what would be a funny meme coin? You know how, like, they have the, what the hell is it called? The Doge coin, right? What would be the Ixar coin? Crystal Ixar skulls? Maybe. That's a good one. Unlock Ixar or Froglock, then swimming, not slow. Man. We had Chloe coin. Oh, no. The name should just be Lizard. Egg of potential. No, I don't think you can call them eggs. I think what's his name? Jake Paul or whatever. Doesn't he have the he has the market on the eggs, the zoo eggs or whatever the hell, zoo coin, zoo. I don't even remember as NFTs or. Huh. You guys see that? She was definitely in front of me. It was off to the side, admittedly so, but like it was like this. Maybe a little bit more. Is there a cone? Is it not? Oh my god, there's cone. What the hell? That's weird. If this was live EQ, you definitely could you could attack like this. That's wild. Interesting. There's something really weird. There's like mobs you have to stand like this close to in order to attack them. Obviously the proc issue that they keep having, where you can't proc further than like 2 steps away from the mob. Getting a little ridiculous. Let's see, Godzilla coin. Ooh, I like that. Yeah. I need more moats to fill the void, pun intended, created by my sweet nothings. DMs are broken. Being blocked. You listen, if you guys are my friends on Discord, you can still message me. But if you're not, with a low price of $59.99. Just kidding. What's going on, Brew? How are you doing, man? New sub merchants should only take bone chips as currency from non-XR. No, nope. It should only take. They should only take like not bone chips. The metal pieces. They will only trade in metal pieces. Hey, BS, when you did Yatorid hand in the 3 souls, this one burning soul of the virtuous off Sky Chick you kill after completing the Fiery Avenger. Is that normal? The other 2 don't do the text anymore. Ooh, I didn't even check to see if they do text or not. Good question. Don't know. I just axe murdered people, and then I just handed them in. Shout out to the people on the wiki for creating that guide. I just followed it to a T. Sent a friend request, left on red. It's actually left on unread. Is the Kedge camp you were saying the Estrella Seahorse Matriarch run? Cam bam. I love you. Yes. Yes, it is. That is exactly what I was talking about. Because you get Australia, you get the Matriarch, you get... oh, God. Squall Surge guy. What the hell is his name? What the hell is his name? The stupid seahorse. Undertow. Yes. And then you get there's another mermaid up by Undertow on the way. And then you get Aurelia also spawns in that area if you kill her. She's actually very, very good XP. So you get her. Then you get the name chick to the left of Australia. Really good area. Coraline. Yeah. Yep, Coraline's one of them. Yeah, you can get 3. You can get 3 in the room if Aurelia spawns in there. And then if you're a speedy boy, like if you're lightning fast, you know, like I am in bed, then what you can do is you can actually go swim up the back way and you can slip over and kill Cauldron Boil and the Frenzied Shark too. But you got to be a fast boy. Aurelia can spawn in any of the mermaid spots. Yeah, that's what. So Riptoes, what you do is you force her to spawn in that room. So if she spawns anywhere else on the map, you kill the place that you kill her, wherever the hell else she spawned, and you let a regular mermaid spawn there, and then you force her to basically spawn in the camps that you're killing. Because she can, like you said, she can spawn in any mermaid spot. So you just go through and you end her life wherever she may be. Really can spawn. Yep. Swim up the back way. Lewd. That's right. I think Tainted will give motes. It does give motes. Although Tainted is a bastard. If you can't kill it, be very careful about doing Undertow. Broken's nickname is the Bullet. Jesus Christ. Did you just stand catch until... Wait, did you stand... catch until 46 and then hit 8. Jesus, text-to-speech doesn't like EQ terms. Kedge and hate. Yeah, I did Kedge until 46 and then I went to hate. That is accurate. Man, this is pretty good XP, actually. It's not terrible. Kind of out-level this area. I really need to push into this other area. Oh, wait, I just remembered something. I have haste now. Okay, we're going to try. We're going to give it the old college effort here. All right. Here we go, mate. We're going to go and give it a little loopy-loo. I'm going to defensive. Going to empowered here. All right. And then we'll go ahead and grab you. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. All right, we'll harm touch you. Then we'll try and empowered life tap everybody down like a good boy. Oh my God, they're dotting me. No, but I am for a good boy. I am the good boy. And then we'll go ahead and we will hit you with the negation of... Oh, what is this stun crap? So what makes Necro SK meta? So the SK gets tons of boost to life tap, and the Necro gets the best life taps. And that's one of the things that's ridiculously good. Kedge is even good at 50 XP. Oh, AA XP at 50. Bonus XP is applied to AAs too. You get like 2% per kill even on light blues. Oh my God. My God. Get murdered. Then you add Shaman for the debuffs. The debuffs and the buffs. Eventually you use it for Puma. And you use your pet. And then you do Puma. I just realized I'm about to get the level 29 pet too. Oh, yeah, it's about to be on like Donkey Kong. That 29 pet is going to be a brute. The dual int makes it easier to get AM3. That's true, too. Well, AM2. Although AM is still archery mastery, just so we're all clear. Neck makes XK to super SK. Yep, true and real. And it's already so powerful. Makes you a super SK with lots of sustain, add buffs, debuffs, slow, Puma with Shaman, and to include Unbound Cascade and Unbound Affliction. Makes your dots nasty strong. That's right. That's right, guys. Super nasty strong. Ooh, dead. Nice. We broke in. We broke into the courtyard, people. Oh, man. We've made it. We're like real boys with no mana. It's a really fun combo. We actually need to go over here. Cat, what are you doing? Do I want to know what you're up to over there? What a little bugger. Shaman? No. Oh, God. Okay. Bump, 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 bump. Screw it. No, Spirit Strike. I don't know, like, I ran a bunch of parses this morning doing tests for procs, and I was using the Winter's Roar, and I don't know if it's actually getting a proc bonus. Hot take. You know what else I noticed, guys? Oh my god, can we talk about this? I have a serious problem, okay? I might quit this game over this, all right? This is a very serious issue, okay? This is very serious. They nerfed my throwing boulder. They nerfed this, okay? And I'm pissed. I don't remember seeing anything in no patch notes about them nerfing the damage on the throwing boulder. They nerfed it. And I don't have to, like, this is bullshit. I don't know what kind of content creator they think that I am and that I will not speak openly about the nerfed boulder that I was, man, just unacceptable. This is, the sky is falling. I'm pretty sure this means that, like, all of civilization is going to end because they nerfed my throwing boulder. Frankly, I don't even know, like, no one should ever do anything to do with any of these people because the throwing boulder is nerfed and it's just, I am going to write on Reddit about it. I'm going to create an account on Reddit so that I can write a very nasty email and then I can delete the account so that no one knows that it was me. Speak up about the Boulder Gate. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That might be too far, sir. Looks the same to me. What was it before? It is, if you actually pull it up, we can pull it up, actually. They did actually nerf it. I don't know when they nerfed it, but they definitely nerfed it. I noticed it because I was like, wait a minute, that ratio is really low. Something is wrong here. Throwing boulder. EverQuest. All right. Let me kill this thing real quick, and then I'll show you. Boulder Dash. It's the over-the-shoulder boulder holder, folks. All right. We're going to go down here. I think this is going to open this up. Throwing boulder. There you go. Boop. There you go. You see? You see? They nerfed my boulder. They nerfed it. Oh. Listen, Eldritch, no. No, no, no. No, sir. Or ma'am. Or person. If you're a ranger and not using throwing boulder over a bow, you're playing the class wrong. True, true. I cannot believe they nerfed my boulder, man. I cannot believe they nerfed my boulder. Do you see? Do you see this? This is a +8 boulder with 33 damage. That is a base boulder with more damage. And I am upset. I am going to write on the Reddit. This is unacceptable. They have impacted my gameplay, and I am sick and tired of being sick and tired of this debauchery. Some might even say they clipped my boulder's damage. You know what I'm saying? That's a dastard. I know. It's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Oof. Ugh. What are the odds like pull like 2 of these instead of the whole entire thing? Warrior Ranger. Warrior Cleric. Why? Destroying the true spirit of EQ. They hit you right in the boulders. I know. Some might even say that my boulders got clipped. You know? 3. I'll take 3. That's okay. This is acceptable. We'll go into defense, we'll go into empower, and then we will life tap to glory. Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird, though? Do you guys remember them? So I know for a unequivocal fact that those stats were not... those were not the stats in the pre-order beta. For a second, I actually thought that they may have, like, reinstituted the melee debuff. But I looked at a bunch of other items and I couldn't find any consistency. But they definitely did not talk about the fact that boulders got nerfed. That was a ninja nerf, and frankly, I am upset about it. Should I do a bug report? What do you guys think? Should we all do a bug report? Everybody? We can all do bug reports, and we can be like, bro, you nerfed the boulder. This is just, what are we even going to do? Okay? We need to come to some type of consensus about how boulders will be handled in the future on account of you removing my sole weapon and product. It was the best weapon. They were the best of times. They were the great of times. And then you came in and you took my boulder's damage away. Your bug reports go straight in the spam mail? God damn it. Watch them ban all of us for the report. Yeah, don't do it. Don't do it. That was not me telling you to do it by any stretch. Saturday's roundtable is going to be interesting. I kind of hope they announce a custom... No. You're doing it wrong, Purify Priest. You're doing it wrong. Do not expect anything. Okay? Do you hear what I'm saying? Do not expect a good goddamn thing from that roundtable. And if you do that, you'll go in without expecting anything, and then you'll be happy. But if you go in there and you expect them to talk about anything that you're interested in, failure. Is there a timeline on that, or is there just you? Yeah, no, there's it's like a couple months or something. Technically, like, Rujarki and Foothills is like 2 weeks away or something. 2 to 3 weeks away. Smart one. Two-hander is still the way to go. It's kind of complicated based on the pets, like what pet you have and like what pet you're going to be using. But two-handers are still the way. One-handers, okay. So, if you have a pet that can wield the Paladin Sky Sword and or the Monk Woo's Fist, then go dual wield. If you cannot do either of those things, use a two-hander. And don't use the Cudgel of the Fool. Just about any other weapon in the game is fine. Cudgel of the Fool is bad. And don't plus 10 your Earthshaker. I think you can go to plus 9. Is plus 9 less than... Somebody tell me really quick. Is plus 9 less than 1.11? Shamans with a Necropet should dual wield, though. So, Wax Observer, baby. I was telling the shit out of people that they should do that yesterday. I have bad news. I parsed that thing until I was like ready to quit the game this morning. And no, they should not. You do not get more procs for more attacks. You do not get more procs for having an offhand. You do not get more procs for how many more attacks you throw down range. You just don't get more procs. So Puma with zero bonus dex. So if you have 100 dex, Puma procs 5 times a minute. What ratio would be BIS for pets then? Well, it's not. So it's different literally for every single pet. 1.11 is the go-to, though. I would say use the 1.11 ratio. But it is literally different for every pet. I'm not saying it makes sense. I'm not saying it's good iteration, but that's the way it is. And it sucks. No. Oh, what the hell? Somebody's healing this rogue. I don't have to take it. There we go. Where's the cleric? That's a druid. Oh, shit. No, I was in offensive stance. Why? Why do you let me do this? There we go. We'll go to Empower. We'll get the big life taps out. Blam! Hit you with a negation of life so you stop healing your goddamn self. Uh-oh. Resisted. I think I went into this with not enough mana. Maybe. Big crits. Give me the big crits. Blooming heal, you bastard. Yeah, I'm dead. I can't life tap past their damn hot. Give me the goods. Oh, nice. That actually worked out okay. All right, now we'll switch over to recovery. We're in defense. Evasive stance. I don't have evasive stance. Damn it. No. Oh my god, I just peed. Oh. Purse. I need your help. Listen, okay? So I wrote it down. Okay. Yes, you do need to level them before handing them to your pet. Okay. All right, you guys ready? We'll do this pirate software style, okay? We'll do this pirate software style. Okay. So I don't even have, is there like a web-based drawing application that I can use that I don't have to download some crappy thing? There's got to be something. Does your dad work for Daybreak? I don't know who my dad is. Maybe my dad works for Daybreak. I was not a Daybreak employee for 7 years. Use MS Paint. Dude, MS Paint isn't even, you can't even use MS Paint anymore, can you? Can you use MS Paint? Whoa. Okay. For some reason, I thought you didn't, like, MS Paint wasn't a thing anymore. All right, hold on. We're getting there. Oh my god, they've changed MS Paint so much. What am I doing? Okay, hold on. We're doing it. We're gonna do this. Oh shit. It does not like it. It does not like it. Capture method. Does it? Okay, there we go. All right, beautiful. We need to shrink it down a little bit. Like this. Okay. All right, there we go. All right, good. Okay. All right, I think we got it. Okay. All right, guys. Also, there we go. This is the way Pirate Software does it. He doesn't draw. My man, Pirate Software does not do the white coloring. Okay. All right. Let's do this. All right. Okay. So, wait. We need to adjust the thickness. We need to adjust the girth. We need to adjust the girth of my pencil. Marker. Ooh, that is too big. Too big. Jesus Christ. Too big. Watercolor brush? This might be okay. All right. Okay. So, pet. Okay. So you have mage. Oh, I'm not as good at like whatever the fuck he does. Okay. So I'm sorry if this looks like a 3-year-old drew it, but this is what it does. Okay. I'm going to write animation so nobody gets, Because what I'm going to say is if I use the word enchanter, everybody's going to be like, oh, you told me that the charm pet works this way. The charm pet does not. This is not charm. In fact, actually not charm. Okay. I look like a sped. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Great. Okay. Animation. All right. There we go. Warder. Spirit. Okay. Beautiful. Maybe word would have been... Listen. It's fine. Okay, we're doing fine. We're doing okay. We're special ed pirate software. Okay, we're special ed pirate software. Okay. So, all right. So the warder currently has the highest ratio. Okay, the warder has the highest ratio. The warrior's ratio is 1.11. Okay. All right. 1.11. All right. So this is the formula. Okay. So step one. Oh my God. There's no possible. You know what? Hold on. I've got it figured out. Hold on. We gotta make this bigger though. Okay. So we'll do this, and actually let's make it 20 so you guys can definitely see it. Okay. All right. So here's what happens. The formula works like this. The first step of the formula, okay, says, does the weapon I am equipped with exceed my ratio? Okay. If yes, use weapon. Use entire weapon. Okay. If no, step 2. Okay. 2. There we go. Does weapons damage exceed my base damage? If yes, use weapon damage only. Okay? If no, don't use weapon at all. Okay? All right? You follow me? This is just pets. Okay? This is just pets. Oh my God, I hate you, Kraken. If you have 100 decks, do you have 100 decks, Kraken? Do you have 100 decks? Why is the third one? Don't worry about it, okay? Listen, you have 100 decks. That's all you have is 100 decks. What about necropets? All pets. Sorry. You're right. Hold on. Undead. Oh, it's skinny. We can't have skinny. That's not approved. We didn't approve that. Brush. Undead. Okay. There you go. That's what I'm saying. Kraken Hunter. If you have higher than 100 decks, you have an increased proc chance. So you would proc it more than 5 times per minute. It's the base. It's the base. I hate you, Riptos. I hate you. Shame Riptos. Everyone. F's in the chat. F's in the chat for Riptos. Okay? Shut up. He's undead. Okay? All right. So the mage pet. That's right. F's. More F's. 2 F's is not enough. There you go. 3 F's. That's beautiful. Keep them coming. More F's. All right. There we go. Beautiful. All right. So, okay. So the mage pet, okay? The mage pet tops out. Hold on. Let me pull this up. I don't want to misquote myself. In all my bullshit glory here. Okay. All right. We're almost there. Okay. Oops. There we go. All right. So mage pets. Okay. Mage pets cap out at 70 72 damage. Okay. Animation caps out at 60 damage. Okay. The spirit, which is the shaman pet, caps out at 71 damage. Okay. 71 damage. The undead pet, I haven't done the undead pet yet, but I think it's very likely that it's going to be probably 72 damage. Okay. Hold on. Let me wipe this out here real quick. Oh, what the hell is this? What is this little baby frickin' thing? Hold on. What is this little baby thing? We need to make a bigger one. Whatever. We'll do the big marker. We'll do the big marker. Where's the big marker? Oh, that's atrocious. That's awful. What is this? What are we even doing here with our lives? Okay, the warder. Okay, the warder. Brush. The warder does. Beast Lord, Beast Lord, Beast Lord, Beast Lord, Beast Lord, Beast Lord. This is with the update right here. Okay, the warder does 76 base damage. Okay, you're so confused. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're confused. Okay, so this is the base damage of the pet. So you take this, okay, and you half this. Why is animation so much lower? I don't know, because the animation is not a mage pet. Actually, I don't even like that. I don't know what the undead is because I'm leveling the necromancer right now. But these are all the base max damage for the pet, okay? The way this works is take this number, okay? Multiply it by 0.5, okay? That'll give you half, which for this is 36. Animation is 30 times 0.5 equals 30. Okay, warder. See, and this is where they done fucked it up. This is crazy. So again, 0.5 equals 1838. 38. Jesus Christ. Mathing is hard, okay? And then this one is times 0.5. Enchanter, enough, you're lucky, not in charge animation, would max hit for 40. Shit. I mean, it's super funny that people are like, why does the animation hit for so less? But why are you even including the animation? Because you would just charm. Everybody has very strong feelings about this stuff. So basically, in my chicken scratches here, 70, that's 35. It's like 35.5 and 35.5. Okay. I don't know why I added that there. We'll do a little 0.5 there. Okay, there we go. Okay. So why does this matter? Why does this matter, stupid internet man? Why does this matter? Well, okay. This is the damage benchmark that you have to hit with a weapon in order for it to actually do anything with a weapon that is equipped. These right here are the damage that you have to hit on it with a weapon for it to actually see the damage on a weapon. The pet. This is for the pet. We are only talking about pets. Pets. Yes, so the base damage on a weapon. So basically, the way it works is like you have to find a weapon that has this much damage for it to increase your pet's damage. My very strong opinion is that my animation should be able to dual wield pre-nerf boulders. You should just see them floating and flying at mobs. Pro Falcon, I absolutely agree. I don't know if you've seen a throwing boulder, but it actually looks like a little bag when you throw it. Does the base damage change with plus 10? No, this is the plus 10. These are all plus 10 damages. So here's the way this works. If you guys want the math on this. So for every, hold on. Okay, all right. Hopefully this works. And this is totally stupid. Okay, so if you have, this is for the plus 10. This is for plus 10 pet. Okay. All right. For every level that your pet is, like every level that the rank is, it gives them plus 2 damage. Okay. So if it's a 9, then it's 30. So instead of being 36, it's now 34. Instead of, if you go to, so plus 2 damage. Oh my God, this is awful. Hold on. Damage per spell rank. Oh my God, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not used to drawing with my mouse, but whatever. So plus 2 damage per spell rank. So if this is plus 10, right? So if you are a plus 10 mage pet, then you have 36. If you lower this down by 1, so it's plus 9, then it's doing 34. And if you lower it further, then it's plus, and the number goes lower, right? It's a sack, not a bag. Zero. I will drive to your house, and I will have my pug poop on your pillow. Can we get a screenshot for this, please, for science? What if? Okay, hold on. Dragon Lee. What if? And hear me out here, okay? Call me crazy. Call me crazy. What if there's already a spreadsheet with it already listed on there? And because it doesn't go to YouTube, because for whatever reason it's stupid. No, you want this one? Well, what the hell, man? What the hell? Nope, that's crazy. Crazy speech. Okay, so that's how it works. Does that make sense? Does anybody? So is unranked minus 20? So yes, unranked would be minus 20. Correct. Does that make sense? Does everybody understand now? Yokiro Taco Bell? Or some such? What's the half for? You mean what's the times 0.5? Yeah, so basically, yeah, it's to show people like basically you have to half whatever their max damage is, and that's what the damage is that you have to break in order for them to actually see the item. So why is exceeding the ratio? Well, it is not necessarily bad in the event. Okay, so good question. So all right, here we go into the next part. All right. I don't know, like there's got to be an easier way. Also, is this going to increase this thing? Can I make this? Oh, what the hell? Whatever. Boop. There we go. Fixed. Okay. Oh, I can actually just make this bigger. Oh, beautiful. Look at me and my derpiness. Okay, that was stupid. Boop. Okay, good. All right. So anyway, Firefighter 1030. Thank you so much. Ooh, 10 codes. Nice. I like 10 codes. Anyway, so basically, the question is, where are we? Why is exceeding the ratio bad? I'm going to put that on the screen real quick. I'm going to put that on the screen. Highlight. There we go. So why the ratio is bad or exceeding the ratio is bad is because, and I'm just going to pull up my, weapon here. Where is it? Is it in my inventory? There it is. Earthshaker. I don't know if you guys should be able to see this on the side here. Okay. So why is it bad? Well, in the event of Earthshaker, where it's doing 66 damage, right? It's doing 66 damage. That's great. We want to see this damage. We want to see that. We want to see this turn into Big Daddy bullshit damage. Then it gets the damage bonus of the weapon. So it adds the 25 that you're getting from the weapon, which is great. That's also good news. But what we don't want is we don't want that 70 delay. Right? We don't want to see that 70 delay. So by simply making sure that we do the first part, right? Does the weapon I am equipped with exceed my ratio? It will use, if it exceeds the ratio of the pet, it will use the entirety of the pets of the weapon, meaning you will see that 70 delay. If it does not see the full ratio, then it will check the damage. And if the base damage exceeds the pet's natural damage, this number here, this right here, then you will see that damage come through to your pet, but you will not see the delay. Do we see? Are we good? You probably need an electronic drawing pad. I'm too poor. Yes. Do we have any rough estimate of the pet's default attack delay? It's between 28 and 30. So depending on the pet, but most of the pets are, let me I have no idea if this is this how Pirate Software does it? Okay. So most of the pets are 28 to 30 delay. How do we know the ratio for all pets? I spent billions of hours of my life sitting there letting my pet punch the shit out of a training dummy so that we could determine the timestamps of the attacks so that we could measure them against one another and determine the frequency in which it was happening. Shut up, Purify Priest, I'll break your leg. I mean, wait, what? I was late, Professor. I bought a note from my mom. Cole? No. Is the delay for all pets the same? It's not the same, but it is roughly the same. 28 to 30. It's like within a fraction of a second. Guten Tag. Does Bane damage affect any of this? Wait, what? What the hell are you giving your... Oh my god. Are you talking about like Null Slayer or something, Cronenberg? I have no idea. I haven't touched Bane damage. Yeah, you guys can eat a giant bag of wieners. I have not touched Null Slayer. You guys are wild to me. I have no idea. No. Hot Patch Tomorrow changes all of this. Will this be on the test? Yes. This will all be on the test. So do you guys see, like, okay, hold on. But do you guys see why, like, making this pet stuff and like trying to explain this to people? Like, so remember when I was saying plus 10? Remember when I was saying like the pet has to be plus 10 in order to get there? It's because I didn't want to have to explain this to everyone and then literally go through my comments and have people be like, bro, you just broke my brain, man. But what about this weird circumstance? But what about that weird circumstance? Because this is like complicated. Most people are going to be like, what the fuck is going on here? And so you have to like go through and explain all that stuff. So then all two-handers would break the ratio, right? Well, not the ratio necessarily. They wouldn't necessarily break the ratio because your target ratio, okay, is 1.11. So you want to be like, when it checks this, you want to be under that. Unless you have a ridiculous, like if you have Aldruin or any of those like really, really good one-handers or anything, like it's great. But a majority of two-handers are going to break this. And that's okay if it's not like Soul Leech is not a bad way to break this. Soul Leech, Blood Moon. Blood Moon's a good one. Soul Leech, Blood Moon. There's a handful of other weapons out there that can break this. But the main reason, like if we're talking about Earthshaker, one of the reasons that Earthshaker is so good is because this base damage is so high that by pushing this up, right, by utilizing the 66 damage and not utilizing the 70 delay, it's just massively better. And when I measured it against the Puma procs, you did not proc any more Puma procs for having 2 one-handers than you did for having a 2-hander. The difference was like 400. It was like, I put the numbers in my Discord, which I don't have open right now. But like the difference was like 400 attacks with the 2-hander versus like, I think it was like 800 to 900 attacks with the 2 one-handers. And the procs were roughly around 70 to 71 procs per 400 seconds, which we then break down. It's 5 procs per minute. Okay, let me look back up here. Yeah, I think we need Bane stats too, sir, to get on, please. What's the bottom line implication? Tell me what to give my pet. Just give your pet an Earthshaker and don't level this up past 1.1. Make sure that this stays under 1.1. That's going to be your highest damage right there. Now, if in the absurd event that you are able to equip the Aldruin from the Paladin Sky Quest and or the Monk Fist from Sky at +10, those are your best weapons in the game. However, you will have to have those weapons at that tier, and you will also have to have a pet that can actually equip those weapons. Good luck. Figure it out. But I like math if that counts. Harold YOLO. It does count. Congratulations. Mr. Streamer, does a level 15 air pet +4 dual wield whitened fist do more damage than an earth pet +8 with a rusty bastard sword? Draken gamer guy. You get the dunce cap for the day. You get the dunce cap. Okay? You get the dunce cap. It's all yours. Does this make sense? Focus weapons do not work on pets. Focus weapons do not, or focus, any type of focus does not work on a pet. Man, I want to play the game and not have to do math. I know. Do we have any other questions that are meaningful and reasonable and not absolute trolling the streamer? Professor Falcon. Oh no. Hey, Earthshaker is a go-to. I like, don't go to +10 on the Earthshaker. So the Earthshaker is good right now because you effectively have 66 damage, 30 delay pet, 2.2 ratio effectively. If the ratio of Earthshaker was greater than 1.1, 78 damage, 70 delay, you'd have less. Professor Falcon, round of applause. Very good. Very good. Good job. Good job. You get a gold star today. You get a gold star. Matter of fact, actually, because Professor Falcon got the win, okay? Because Professor Falcon got the win, we're gonna do a little thing for all you wonderful people over there. Here you go, guys. Congratulations over on YouTube. Congratulations. There you go. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, all you guys on YouTube. Congratulations. Matter of fact, there you go. Merry Christmas. There you go. Okay, so we can talk about charm pets now. All right. Here's what I've learned about charm pets. So my pet level is 7. Still give it an Earthshaker. Yes. Yeah. You still want to give it an Earthshaker. So here, we can go back to this little chart here. Okay. So if we go back to the chart, so what class did you say you were? My pet is level 7. Keen and Grave. What class? What class is your pet? Google wins again. Woo! Mage. Okay, you're a mage. Okay, so you're 7, right? So minus 3 points from this. Did you go over Gardock with Winter Strike? So Funny you should ask about that. Gardock is good. However, the combination of Gardock with Winter Strike is still doing less than Earthshaker with Soul Leech. What I mean by that is if you take Earthshaker and you put the Soul Leech Exaltation in there, it is doing less damage. Gardock with Winter Strike. Because you're not proccing more times. The dual wield doesn't do anything for you. It actually does quite a bit less damage. I'll give my pet shaman stick that casts Malazement. You theoretically could do that, however, it wouldn't garner you any extra XP or damage. Yeah, I tested this a ton, Wet Handshake, this morning. I literally it got to the point where I was super over wanting to put wanting to be in the arena, wanting to be in EverQuest Legends, frankly. But I kept doing it, and Puma has, if you have 100 decks, okay, if your dex is 100, not above 100, but if you have 100 decks, Puma procs 5 procs per minute, regardless of whether or not you dual wield or whether or not you have 2 one-handers, or if you have a 2-hander, doesn't matter. It's 5 procs per minute. Haste does not affect that. Dex does affect that. So if you stack Dex, it starts going, your Puma procs start going up. And if you introduce an additional proc on your weapon, it does not take away from the amount of Puma procs you get. In fact, you just see more procs of whatever the new thing is that you have added to your weapons. Just got here. Would anyone mind hitting me with the cliff notes? Tango Echo Sierra, you weren't here for the class. That means that you have to stand at the front of the class and explain what the square root of monkey butts is. Oh, wait. How could haste not affect the amount of procs? More hits, more procs. Nope. Not true. Not true. So what ends up happening, matter of fact, here, I'll open Discord. I'll give you guys my math here. Hold on. Somewhere I have Discord. Hopefully this doesn't eat my computer because I got Microsoft freaking Word open too. All right. Here, and then we have it in my nerd testing. Okay. So here's what happened. All right. Let me find my little chart here. Okay. So and then we'll break open the eraser here. Okay. This one. Whoop. There we go. We're Pirate Software. Remember, guys. Remember, Pirate Software. You guys are supposed to be giving me the most subs out of any content creator on Twitch right now because I am Pirate Software, and I did happen to not work for Blizzard ever in my life for 7 years. All right, here we go. Okay. Yes, you can procs with Puma can go up, but you have to get more decks. So here we go. Hold on. I got a son of a bitch. All right. Put this over here. My real estate is shrinking. All right. So, okay. With Puma, okay. We're talking about Puma. Puma. It's not a Puma. All right. So with Puma, okay. 400 swings of a 2-hander netted 71 procs. Okay. 702 dual wield procs netted 70 procs. Okay. So it's it doesn't matter how many times you swing. It is literally on a scale. It is literally saying you proc 5 times per minute. What's going on, Jonah? How are you? Does this make sense? So they have normalized procs per minute, correct? Or at least as it pertains to Puma. I also tested Soul Leech. I also tested Winter's Roar. And I need to test Winter's Roar more, but it doesn't look like the actual proc increase on Winter's Roar is actually happening. I'm not seeing a difference in the procs per minute from Soul Leech from the procs per minute of Winter's Roar. No, you need more metal bits than that. You need like 600 or something. Oh, no, you need close to 800. Ventrilo, nice. And adding additional procs to the equation doesn't change that. So, no, actually, funny story. So, in these exact tests where I receive these results, Soul Leech, okay, we'll do red. So, Soul Leech, okay. Ooh, red, it's like lipstick. Leech. Okay. Soul Leech procced 15 times in this one. Okay. And then we'll do blue. And we'll do, what was this one? Winter's Roar. My God, this is awful. Jesus. All right, Winter's Roar procced 20 times. Okay. So in the more tests, you'll see this goes up and down. But this is basically how it works. It's a meme, extra bondage. I'm clowning on the fact that like Pirate Software actually does this really well. But this is kind of the thing, right? So Winter's Roar proc 20 times, Soul Leech proc 15 times. And then if I kept going, like if I kept testing this, they normalized. Like they just kept getting closer to one another. This was kind of like, this had a variance of I think the lowest parse I had was a dual wield parse. This procced like 50 times. But you have to do a long parse or very, very many small parses and you stick them together. This is basis of shaker paging back in the day. Slow weapon procs the same amount. It's 2x per minute-ish at 250 dex. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Hove, straight up. I'm playing Necro level 24 currently. Was wondering if two-hand is the better than one-handers for my Skelly. So, Herald, I unfortunately have not done a whole lot of testing for like low-level pet ratios. And as a result of that, I don't necessarily have the best answer for you. Lower level pets are obviously going to have different ratios than the higher level pets. And so you're going to be stuck in this like weird situation where like you could happily use, you know what I think I'm going to recommend when I do my video? I think what I'm going to recommend is that if you're a lower level player and you're leveling your character up, just use 2 bullshit weapons, like whatever stupid weapons, and put exaltations that it can proc in there. So like, you know, Life Leech or the Churlisa's, the new Life Tap proc is actually really nice. The Life Bite. There's some other fun things that you can put in there too. I need to math some of that out before I really give a real recommendation. This one, actually figuring all the stuff out about Puma and how all that works and then how your pet is using the weapon. Like some of this stuff actually came after I broke some other things and I was like, wait a minute, there's a problem here. So I went back and I looked and I realized that I was actually, my initial feeling about Puma was wrong. So this is kind of the nonsense that comes out. This is how your pet uses weapons. For those of you who are new and fresh in here, this is how your pet uses weapons. This is your target. This is your target ratio. You want to be under this amount so that this happens. Okay. You want to be under 1.1 unless you have bullshit really strong weapons with low delays. Track so far, everything is damage based, but what about their attack delay? Only way they're lower their delay would be finding a weapon with extremely low delay ratio. Exactly. Llama Island, exactly. Which is why, that's why okay. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, and then boop, boop, boop. Okay, so that's why, what is it called? Aldruin. That's not how it's spelled either. It's like something weird. It's like there's a Y in there somewhere. But Aldruin and Woos out of Sky. I'm getting better. I'm getting better, guys. You almost can read that one. But these ones, these both have like crazy ratios, and they're actually lower delays, and they're higher damages. Yeah, 1.109 is okay. Yeah, that's accurate. Aldrin, is that what it is? All right, we'll fix it. We'll fix it on account of people who will comment in the comments, and they'll be like, "You're so dumb, streamer. You don't even know how to do the thing." And I'll be like, "Shut up. Nobody. You're lucky I even explained this to you, you jerk." All right, what is it? Aldrin? Shit. Aldrin. There we go. Okay. All right, so that's your guys. You can't read it. You're blind. I'm sorry. Use Braille. You want me to Braille it for you? Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Braille. There you go. All right. Anyone test putting a bow and arrow in the pet window? They can't ranged attack. Intuitively, I thought because you can only proc once per hit, one proc would push out another, but data suggests the proc that skips was increased chance due to proc per minute. Cole, I'm not going to pretend to understand what's going on there, but when I did the tests with other procs, they were entirely in addition to, they were never like instead of. The average proc per minute never went down of the casted spell from the slotted weapon. So yeah, so Talster, that's kind of why I was like, I need to leave Arena, because this is what I've been doing. This is literally what I've been doing pretty much nonstop since the game came out, and that's why I don't have a lot of things unlocked. But yeah, I don't know. I hope you guys enjoyed my TED Talk. That's how that works. Where did you get their base damage from? Just parsing? Yeah, from parsing. So what's up, yo? It was from parsing, but also all my buffs are, oh yeah, because I died. I got it from parsing, but I also got it because when they did pets in general, fuck, I keep like eating the mic. When I did pets in general, they basically, they normalized it. They wiped all the pets. So all of the mage pets have the exact same ratio. All of the mage pets have, like, they're not the same stats, but they're like in the same realm, if that makes sense. Like they're not the same. They are definitely different. However, they are not far off from one another. And so it does kind of create a weird situation with pets where you're like, okay, what's the point in using this pet over that pet? And I will say, if the fire pet had more health on it, it would probably be a very good tanking pet, because the 51 point damage shield it gets is stupid. It is absurd. Like, absolutely absurd. Can you do that again? I wasn't paying attention. Vadim, I will break your legs. I mean, in Minecraft, I will break your legs in Minecraft. Something. What about the wizard nukes from the fire pet? If you stack mana on them. So Purify Priest, you want to know what the wizard pet does? You want to know what the wizard pet does? It's pretty exciting. It's really cool. It roots you, and then it snares you, and then it roots you, and then it snares you, and then it roots you, and then it snares you, and then it casts a really, really good nuke, and then it roots you, and then it snares you, and then it roots you, and then it snares you, and then it casts a really good nuke again, and then it's out of mana. And as it gets enough mana to actually do anything, it proceeds to root you and snare you. Oh, they did not fix it. I tested it this morning. It was really bad. It was really bad. The Earth Pet is another one that they didn't fix either. I tried it. And what the Earth Pet does is it casts, it has its own root, okay, which is not that big of a deal. It doesn't really do anything. Like, it doesn't delay its attacks or anything for that. But it does cast Tangle, and Tangle wears off after 18 seconds, and it will literally run itself out of mana just spamming Tangle. Really bad. And then the reason the Beast Lord pet sucks and the reason the Shaman pet sucks for Puma is because it will cast Drowsy until it runs out of mana, and Drowsy is a very slow casting spell. So your pet wastes its precious attack period running itself out of mana. What's going on, Webb? How we doing, buddy? But that fire pet is ridiculously powerful. Like ridiculous. What's going on, Dean? How goes it, man? Let's see here. What else? What am I missing? I feel like I'm missing something. Grim Aura, Vampiric Embrace, Allure of Death, Frenzy. Oh, yes, I am missing this one. Necropet over Fire Pet. Yeah, Necropet's pretty good. The Necropet in general is actually really, really nice. Really nice pet. It doesn't cast anything that takes really long. It life taps. It can dual wield. It has two weapons. It also harm touches, which is really nice. It's just really good all around. Could they just give them new spells or just like 1,000? I don't know. Like, I think that if they gave them like a bazillion spell haste, they'd just cast Tangle faster, right? I think that what they need to do is they need to delete certain spells from their spell list and then maybe add a couple of other spells to their spell list. I don't. You guys tell me what you think, because I was kind of pondering this earlier today. Do you guys think that they need to cast Root at all or Snare? Like, couldn't they just wipe Root and Snare off their list and just not have them at all? And maybe they would be okay then, because they do cast good spells. It's just they will show preference on those other spells. No. Nope. Listen, maybe someday. Can you imagine how screwed up that patch will be? Can you imagine how like god awful that patch will be? They will drop that patch and everybody will cry because your pet will like heal the enemy or something weird like that. Like, it'll be so bad. The enemy always prioritize. Yeah, exactly. Is Earth Pet without Root even an Earth Pet? Well, no. So the Earth Pet can still proc. It's a cast. It's not technically a proc, but the Earth Pet can still use its Earth Pet attack, which roots. However, it won't cast Tangle, and that's the problem. At 49, it just stands there and it's like Tangle. Crap. It'll be okay, right? I don't. No comment. At this point, I'm just hoping each patch doesn't introduce a dupe or a Mote exploit. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no Mote exploit. What are you even referring to, Cole? There's never been a Mote exploit a day in the game of EverQuest Legends, okay? This is you are speaking farce. And that's never happened. Never, not ever. Never, not ever. There's no Warren, but oh, Jesus Christ. I've seen that joke a lot lately. There we go. Offense and empower. Oh, did you hear about the project? Yeah, I heard about it, Catamaran. It gets brought up like every 20 minutes. It's bad. I don't support it. And I don't recommend anybody else supports it either. There's no joke. You've seen a lot lately. Yeah, yeah. I'll just stop there. Did they ever fix that exploit, or nah? I don't know is that they punished anybody really, but I don't know. They may have just like sent some of the real bad actors like a message and just been like, "Yo, dog. Let me just tell you a little story about how I'm gonna bore your butthole out if you tell anyone we're not doing anything to you. We're not gonna do anything, but don't do it again, all right? And if you tell anybody that we didn't do anything, we're gonna ruin your day." And then a lot of people just got banned for cheating on regular EverQuest. So yeah, I like, listen, I'm not my fifis aren't hurt. My fifis aren't hurt. If people don't like get spanked for that one, my fifis aren't hurt. Because what did they really do? You know, maybe they leveled some spells or they leveled some items. Who the hell cares? It's not ideal, but like all they did is they rushed to the end faster. People cheat at video games? No way. Nope, not in this video game. It'll all be outdated in 6 months. I mean, we hope it'll be 6 months. You know what I'm saying? I still check my email every time I see a wave go out in EQ. I haven't played in 3 to 4 years. Dude, that was so cathartic. The number of people complaining about being banned on EQL, and then Brass saying it's due to live stuff. Dude, there's still people creating new things. I saw one last night. There's people, like all sorts of people who are like, bro, I got banned and it's because of something on EQL. And it's like, I don't know what kind of copium you're smoking. I actually went and talked to the guys who are in charge of that software. All those bans came from live EQ. All of them. Not a single one of those bans came from any type of behavior on EQL. That sound alert is what I use on the regular servers to warn. Oh, nice. I use it because my like for the longest time, obviously Vampiric Embrace was kind of busted. So I was using it to make sure that like I was standing close enough to trigger it. Do they ban multi-boxers? Nope. Nope. I've seen many multi-boxers. I have seen many multi-boxers actually. Never understand crying about getting banned for cheating. Like I knew every risk I was. Yeah, absolutely. Does it give you Senpai Sloth? Does it give you like a do you get like a little tingle every time you hear it? You're like, oh shit, he's gonna gate. Well, the ones who do it well, so the ones who do it wrong. Oh, you mean like cheating and stuff? I mean, like let's be frank. I don't think a lot of those people are actually getting caught. But I don't know. You know, I don't want to deliberate or debate something that I have no idea or concept of because I really just don't care. Ass Clown, what's going on, Big Daddy? How you been? Back on TJ, got banned on EQ Live when I hadn't played on it in months. Yeah, so do you guys know how these ban waves happen? It's not because you cheated like within the last month or two. It's because you cheated sometime within the last like 6 or 7 months, and they're about to drop another TLP, so they just did another ban wave. Same old brother, you know how it goes. Hell yeah, brother. They collect data for 6 months or so and then ban. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they do. They ban them in waves so that you can't like. They don't want the people who are cheating to determine how they detected the cheating. And I'll let you guys in on a little inside scoop here. Okay. So the guys who were making the original MQ dipped, with the exception of one of them. And they ended up having to like take on a bunch of new people who were taking over the program. And like, not for nothing, they have the best of intentions, but they made a lot of mistakes early on. And so I have a feeling a lot of people got picked up in the initial change of the guard, if you will. Holy crap, that just procced a lot. There was like a lot of people who got clipped in that. And so when that happened, they basically like, they were trying to figure out like what they were doing right, what they were doing wrong. And that's why like Daybreak does this thing where like they ban in a wave so that you don't know exactly what you did wrong. Often they can surmise or they can figure out an idea or a plan or what detects it, but it's not simple. Like it's not just a like super easy fix. And when the change of the guard from the MQ2 people or the MQ people, it's not MQ2 anymore, but the MQ people, when they changed it over, like the new people who took over without any input or assistance from the old people. And so they basically had to figure out the whole system all over again. And that came with a lot of like caveats and problems, unfortunately, which it is what it is. Like people are going to have, obviously they're going to have like feelings about a lot of that stuff, but the reality is it doesn't really matter. You know, you unfortunately run the risk, and they didn't hide the fact that it was brand new people working on it. They were very upfront. And so if you made that decision to essentially test that new build out, then you certainly ran a much greater risk than if you did not. Regional manager down here in the VA. Dude, hell yeah, man. I hope you get it. Hell yeah, dude. I'm that ass clown. Hell yeah, dude. Hey, thanks. It's a really good weapon. It's significantly better than I thought it was. This is a combo. It's super fun and strong. Yeah. I'm trying to level up Necromancer. And I'm trying to level Necromancer all by itself. And I already have the other two classes leveled up, so I figured I knew this was strong. I might as well just do this. I was six-boxing MQ Kiss Assist, and everyone on that forum was like, if you don't grief people or try to camp steal, and you are always at your keyboard, you won't get bothered or banned. Exactly. I adhered to that and got banned in 3 months. So, Tom Beef. So there is, in the last, like, year or so, they have been more aggressively banning people. So this was 2 years ago. They changed the EULA to say that they can scan your entire computer. And if you use the Red Guides launcher, you are significantly more at risk than if you just like load it up from an EXE that you name something else, taco sandwich or whatever. It's crap, but it's crap that they're doing. That being said, I'm not recommending you cheat. I am not telling you how to cheat, and definitely this is for entertainment purposes. Pick random accounts that seem to lean heavily towards accounts used in the last few months. Sometimes they snipe accounts from 2 years ago, suspend. Yeah, dude, there's been people, I remember there's been people who are like, I quit 5 years ago and I came back and my account's banned. There's servers you can box on legally. True. It's actually illegal for them or anyone to scan people's PCs within the EU. Yeah, do we know, like, how... I know I agree with you. I'm not debating or arguing with you, but I want to know, like, how do they know? Derek Tom, thank you so much for the follow. How do they know? So what cheats are happening in EQL? Someone reported a dupe the other day. And then they've had, what, the last 2 weeks? Or the last 3 weeks? Last 2 weeks? Last 2 weeks, there have been Mote exploits. Each Tuesday. MQ, EQL? No. There is a team of people who are trying to... What, ass clown? Holy schnoggle dog, ass clown. Bro, what are you doing? 10 gifted subs, man. Thank you so much. Gifted 20 gifted subs in total. Ass clown, you're an absolute saint. I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much. That's awesome, dude. Thank you so much, man. They permabanned my accounts. I begged for mercy and just admitted exactly what I did, and they made it a 14-day ban. I said I wasn't chrono farming or botting unmonitored without being at my computer. Oh, nice. That's awesome. I miss the days of Ghost Skill and No Delay. Yeah, those were crazy. Let's see if it gets out of hand. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, there's no real meaningful benefit of playing multiple characters other than content is easier. But it doesn't really, like, what does it do? It just gets you towards the end of the game faster, and then you just eventually you run out of real estate. And what are you going to do? You're just going to play the game, like, twiddle your thumbs or something? I don't know. I said only because I can't find a group on my original server and I want to experience the content. I'm 20 years old. Yeah. Yep. I mean, like, full admission, man. I used to cheat on Frona V and I used to cheat on Viniki. I didn't, like, use any, like, wall hacks or floaty hacks or speed hacks or anything like that. But I ran MQ. I ran bots. Yes, you can, Brew. You'll start with 800. Start with 800 and see if that's enough. What is an ass clown? Truth teller. It is a clown. It is the hindquarters of a clown. Reported. I used to use it for the map and price. Oh yeah, I got banned on Teak for well, okay. So I did use show EQ on Teak. All right. I did use it. However, the thing that I got banned for, I was actually not using show EQ. I was running around doing Granicus the Destroyer for the earring, and I was using my Ranger, and I was literally tracking where he was spawning each time, and I was running over there, and someone reported me for using MQ. I like legitimately was not using it at that particular moment. I totally was using it in other moments, but in that particular moment, I was not. The Hinder. I was on Teak, which guild? One more time again, or one last time again, I think it was. Was the guild? Turned in 800, got 402 back. Nice. No, my pin. Oh, that was a guild. Yeah. Oh, shit, I should have had Empower going. Why do I not have Empower going? Come on. Come on. Come on, old lassie. Come on, lassie. Oh, I'm stunned. I'm stunned. Ow. Why you gotta do this? Old lassie. No. Why? Oh, interrupted. What do you mean interrupted? Come on. Come on. Where's the big crit? Where's the big crit, lady? Where's the big crit? Come on. Quick, quick, quick. Come on. You got this. You got this. You got this. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Good, good, good. Master of All robbed me of 5 A's. Petition got me a potion. I was like, fair enough. That works. Oh, no. They're giving out... Wait. Milo. Milo. Did they actually give you an AA potion for that? That likely means that the shop is going to Game John. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. I honestly don't see why they care on old servers. The server pop is so low. It's consistency. So here's the problem. In the event that Daybreak decides to sell EverQuest or EG7 decides to sell Daybreak, you do not want to have a bunch of hackers on your server. Like, you don't want to have a bunch of fake accounts on your server. It misrepresents the number, and if somebody makes a little bit of noise during the merger or during the sale, it can be very, very, very bad for their sale. It can affect the bottom line as far as how much money they make. It can even possibly put Daybreak or Daybreak or EG7. It can put them in like a legal kerfuffle because basically they would be accused of misrepresenting their numbers. It's very, very ugly. And it's like legally it is something that they need to pay attention to. Your audio trait keeping it is invis is fading. That's the audio for it, even though I am just fighting mobs. Sucker. Would a Bard Necro Rogue work well? Yeah, Bard Necro Rogue would work really well. You don't need a tank. If you want to, like, here's the deal, okay? I think that every class combo can do all content. How hard that content is to clear is dependent on how good your combo is. I don't think there is a combo that just can't do D4 content right now. That being said, I do think that you would need very good gear and a lot of AAs to make a bad combo like really work in the event that you were doing D4 content. Well, on THJ, we broken ones beat Zeb over and over. Yeah, we did, Ask Clown. Sure did. Sure did. Let's see here. I honestly don't see any current old servers. Yep. Did MQ2 on Project Lazarus a while back. Quite a fun rabbit hole there. Had one of each class online. Wrote custom Lua. Really cool what they did. Yeah, agreed. I am not a programmer. Not even a little bit of a programmer. I've messed with like a little bit of code here and there. But in all honesty, like no, it's not my cup of tea. So the cool thing that I really enjoyed about Kiss Assist and stuff was like writing the scripts. I genuinely really had a good time writing scripts. It was a lot of fun. It was very interesting, neat system for me. Haven't played that high yet, but started. Was surprisingly pretty great from the class. Nice, dude. Broken's audio trigger, my charm break audio. Noise. You hear that? You hear that? Is it giving you the feels? I'm struggling with D3, D4 bosses on Shadow, Monk, Shaman. I feel like I need to drop Monk for more spell damage class because having a tank in defensive nullifies my Monk's damage. So, allow me to add a little fun to your build. Your build is actually very good. Shadow Knight, Monk, Shaman is actually insanely strong. And it's not... I don't think the issue is necessarily that you need to change the Monk out. The Monk is actually very good. I think what you need... Oh my god, they're freaking interrupting me like every 2 seconds. Are they just kicking me until I'm blue in the face, or what's going on here? The cool thing is what you gotta do... Mother lover, there. I just got stunned again, too. Steadfast is a trap. So what you're gonna do is you're going to look at your build, okay? And you're going to see what your AC is. You're going to see how much intelligence and how much wisdom you have, how much hit points overall you have, okay? You're going to need to make sure that you're mallowing targets. You're going to need to make sure you're slowing targets. You're going to make sure that you put points into your life taps. So your life taps are doing the full effect. You're going to make sure you keep Odium up on the target at all times. And then when your mana starts to get down around 50%, you may need to like hit yourself with a slug and then just canny down a little bit. Life tap, canny down a little bit, life tap, so on and so forth. Rogue might be better than Monk there. I mean, so Monk is coming with a higher block ratio. Monk also potentially comes with additional AC if you have Pack Rat, because you'll be able to keep your weight under the weight limit. You also have Monk that's going to give you the strikes. It's going to give you the kicks. It will also give you Feign Death. It also gives you Mend, which is really, really useful with that combo. So you basically, all three of your classes have some type of healing component. If the fight goes really, really badly, what you can do is you can throw out Mallow, right? You can throw out Mallow on the target. If it doesn't stick, Feign Death. Wait, stand back up, throw out Mallow, Feign Death. Stand up, throw out Mallow, Feign Death. Yeah, I've heard that rogue poisons are not ideal, and I think that comes from like because you can't level the poisons up, right? Like there's no mechanic that allows you to make the poisons better or make them like less likely to be resist. I've heard people say that you can hang out in the overchannel stance and that it makes them land more frequently, which may be the case, but you can't, there's nothing you can do beyond that, right? Like there's not a system which you can push them. If you're doing D3 or D4, like there's nothing you can do to push it beyond that. Felt pretty good low end. You get dots, deeps, heals came from taps, bard regen, surprisingly rogue healing poison. Yeah. 50 A's. As long as you can sustain till they go and slowed, you should be good. Effectively sit and mana regen and AFK. Yeah. Loses Monk, loses Men too. Rogue sucks at the moment, in my opinion. Needs Thorn Stinger offhand as well and more backstab damage on it. Don't waste a slot. I don't even know, like, is Thorn Stinger even that great? Rogue passive makes them less likely to resist. Like BS is like flying kick, no bonuses on it, even though weapons have plus BS. It just doesn't work great on D4. D4 Kitty. Overchannel and AA, I think resist checks are better on them. I'm not on Rogue at the moment. Double check the AA. Yeah, so I haven't tested it out, but when I do, which I will be doing very soon, I'm going to level like all my classes up to 25. But when I do check that, I do think that there's probably some caveats in there. We had somebody in the guild today. I'm gonna give an example, and I'm not trying to call this person out. I saw that this person is in the stream, but we had somebody earlier today who was like really, really interested in killing Nagy at level 40. and they had the whole build idea, and their build is actually a very good build. But like, I tried to help them in guild chat, and I kept saying to them, you know, are you using this? Are you using that? And they didn't understand. Like, they didn't understand Mallow, and they didn't understand like some of the basic concepts of like crippling a target and using that stuff. So it may simply be not that you're like, I'm not saying that anybody's like bad at the game, but your game knowledge or your mechanics knowledge may be not exactly what's needed in order to achieve the mountain you've set in front of yourself, such as killing Nagy at level 40, right? That requires, it's not just auto. You don't just go in there and automatically be like, oh, I can kill Nagy. And unfortunately, there's definitely people out there that are like, oh yeah, anybody can do this. And that gives people who are new to the game a very wrong expectation of what they're going to be able to achieve with their character. And then when they don't, this person was very, very disenfranchised. They were very upset because they went in there expecting that they would be able to do something and they weren't able to do it. And that sucks, you know? So I do think that it is important that we as veteran players and we as people who like know life of these games definitely make sure that expectations are set, you know, and we don't mislead people into thinking, oh my God, you can just go in, you can tank Nagy and Vox and CT all at the same time and do it easy. So I'm just putting it out there. On any I do over channel to land the rogue slow, escape, advertise, kind of like feign death. It's not, yeah, didn't try that enough. I'll try it next time to replicate. Nagy hits hard at 40 with breath attacks. Yeah. Well, and then they were upset because their pet couldn't tank Nagy. They were upset because their pet couldn't hold aggro on Nagy. And it's like, oh, that's a really interesting point, but it's because your pet is your level 40 pet. Of course it can't hold aggro on Nagy. It probably barely even hits him, if it hits him at all. So of course it's not going to be able to hold aggro, and they were upset that they kept getting summoned in. Jesus Christ. Is there anybody else on the map that wants to get over here and fight me right now? Am I missing? Is there like an NPC hiding out somewhere that would like to come in and join this little fun fest? Oh my God, all of a sudden I started taking damage really quickly. And I'm not trying to be like negative or anything like that. It's just, you know, there's a lot of people out there that just don't have a real good grasp or concept on the game. And it hurts. It hurts them. It hurts their interest in the game and like wanting to play and stuff. I'm gonna die. Again, this freaking little spot is like my bane. It's like just too much. I also went into that fight with not enough mana, so that's my own damn fault. But that's just Miss More. If you continue to stream of mobs, it's for, yeah, right. It's also main hand. When you do Thorn, Woos versus Aldi. Woos, it's a loss. Yep. Yeah, a particular spot is brutal for me. Oh, died the exact same spot a minute ago. Yeah, it's, I mean, they just keep, like, it respawns pretty quick, and then you've got a bunch of pathers that run through there, so it's kind of ridiculous. I'm farming the princess. What are you focused on? I'm just killing name, man. Or I'm just, like, getting XP. I don't even care, necessarily. I don't know, like, what my augs or what I've gotten here. What do we got? 15. That's not bad. That's not bad. We've gotten 15 motes so far. Just trying to replenish because I've used so many motes on pet spells and stuff. Like I literally don't have any spells that I can put into anything else. Sucks. Yep, we presume a lot from new players without realizing a huge amount of knowledge we've all built last 25 plus years. Game is complicated, super complicated. I still haven't found a combo I can reliably do D4 CT. I hate that fight with my entire being. Fair. There's also a bunch of natural clerics that can spawn there and they heal each other. Yeah, Cole, that's a good one too. Yep. And that's kind of the weird thing, like, so I don't know how many of you guys were here yesterday, but I was kind of talking about the fact that EG7, the company that owns Daybreak, had a big financial quarterly meeting. And they were kind of talking about, they talked about EQL a little bit, and their report like briefly touches on it. But one of the things that I took away from it, because I went back and I actually listened to the actual hearing or meeting, and it's really odd to hear about yourself basically referenced as like a, you know, a client or a, I got a bunch of other buffs I need to put back on. Have you tested Ranger? I have, yeah. Not since live, but like not since the pre-order beta. I haven't touched it, but before that, I've tested it a bunch. Yeah, Mallozy, Mala, any of the resists that mage or shaman get right now, because they, for whatever reason, they gave shaman the mage line, but it's weird. I don't know. Stats, attack. There's also a bunch of natural clerics, but yeah, yep. I don't know. I digress. Strength. Ooh. Man, I literally only need 18% more and I can get a bullshit tier pet too. So what about EG7 thing? Basically, they had a quarterly meeting and they kind of talked about the... Basically, what I would tell any EverQuest lover is that this game is on life support, basically. That the game itself is being utilized as a way to support other endeavors. Basically, any money that it brings in, it's literally using the money from EverQuest to buy other things. It's not going back into EverQuest. Which a lot of people maybe have known for a while, but so they kind of talked about it a little bit, and they kind of showed, like, basically, if you look at the last year, it doesn't look like EverQuest made, or specifically like Daybreak really made any money, because they took the money and they just reinvested it into a bunch of other things, which, you know, whatever, they're a business, that's what they should do. But the point is that if you are like expecting some grand new gesture where we all of a sudden get like some brand new version of the game or something, it does not look like that is the case. It looks like they're avidly working to basically take that money that you would get otherwise and use it for that. What am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm missing something. Allure. Oh, vampiric. Duh. Let's see here. Legends dead already? No, it's not dead already. Jeez, I'm crow. Oh, level 4, doing level 40s. People think there's no preparation needed. When I did my video killing him at 40 with my monk bard druid, I was prepared for the fight. Yeah, Mike, that's a great point. That's a great point. A lot of people see that stuff and they get, like, they're like, oh, I'm just going to walk in there and it's just going to, like, happen. I'm just going to kill it and it's going to be free. It's going to be a free fight. And yeah, it's much harder. It's much harder than that. They really need to support some full-time dev. This 20 hours a week shit is looking rough. Yeah, I don't know. YN 4000? 4000? Yeah. I don't know, like, I don't know. I thought that what they were going to do is they were going to, like, take the money from the pre-orders and, like, invest in getting more people. But I'm going to be... Okay. I've not run my own business, but I've certainly worked with a lot of people. I've been in social sciences most of my life. And what I will say is that I think they've arrived at a really weird point where, like, anybody who's run a business or anybody who's, like, worked in a place where, like, all of a sudden your friends get hired and then your friend is, like, not towing the line and you don't, like, you're actually thinking in your head, like, man, this guy isn't doing what I need him to do, but I also don't want to fire my friend or I don't want to, like, disenfranchise my friend. I think there might be a little bit of that going on. And I'm not saying, like, they want to fire somebody or don't want to fire somebody, but I have to say a lot of mistakes are happening. And I do feel as though they're at a point where, like, they've got to start buckling down on some of those mistakes. You know, when something's not making it into patch notes, when bugs aren't necessarily being communicated that either they're known, there's a lot of stuff, just communication stuff that's caused a lot of problems. Clearly, they're unable to resolve some of the issues that they're dealing with. What I mean by that is, like, they're not able to, like, they have some big bugs that they've been bugs since closed beta. Like, we reported a lot of the bugs in closed beta that are still being experienced today, and I have to think that it's because either A, they don't have the time and the money or the investment to fix them, or B, they don't have the know-how. And so if it is B, and they don't have the know-how, then they got to find somebody with the know-how. I did say last year a new EQ was coming, then change it, upgrade. So that was 2 years ago now. That was in 2024. They did an interview where they said that there's a new EQ project coming, and that they didn't want to call it EQ3 because of what happened with EverQuest 2, where they expected everybody to leave EverQuest 1, and then they didn't. So they had this thing where they began competing against themselves for money, because they were basically paying double the server cost, double the administrative costs. And as a result, what they've actually produced is the same amount of people playing the game, rather than they basically doubled their cost and didn't wind up with any new money. 8 p.m. clocking in for work. Good luck. Hey, Cole, take it easy, man. Didn't they make $1 million from all this already? I don't know. Who said $1 million? I want to know where they think they made $1 million. Okay, so if we use Thomas Van's little EverQuest Guides log of how many people logged into the game, the most people that he got online at any particular one time was 20,000 people. And I'm willing to say that was too low. I'm willing to say that let's call it 25,000 people, right? And then of those 25,000 people, let's say, those 25,000, YN4000, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, dude, thank you so much. 10 gifted subs. Holy crap. Cormac, thank you so much for the follow. YN, thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate that. Seriously. So, did you catch all the drama on the EQMU Discord yesterday? It's interesting to see how much OGs hate Moth and Rogan. So, I saw that Moth stepped down. YN, can you elaborate? I don't necessarily want to get a lot of people arguing, but I'm genuinely curious. Death Star with the biddies, guys. Thank you so much. 169 biddies. Felwith, thank you so much for the follow. Senpai Sloth, thank you so much for the follow. I really do appreciate you guys. It does really mean a lot to me. You guys allow me to do this. It does mean a lot to me. It genuinely does. It's tough to really quantify, and I suck at sharing my emotions and feelings about this kind of stuff. But it does really mean a lot to me. These gifted subs, they help pay for my dogs tomorrow are going to get their they get cortisone shots every month, which cost hundreds of dollars. And a lot of these subs and stuff like that go into paying for my elderly pugs and taking care of them. And my wife's got cancer now, and we're dealing with that. And it just allows us to do stuff. So I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. So my understanding is that Moth stepped down, and Moth gave the server, the Discord server, to someone else. I don't know the someone else he gave it to, and I don't know what that means for the overall community. I giggled with myself that the person may actually not be a Daybreak friendly person, and maybe they would kick the Daybreak people out, but I think that could also be nuclear as far as the emulator program goes. But EQ2 is too soon. Luckland engine upgrade could have been the benchmark, and that's the engine upgrade was hell. Don Carlos, yeah. Well, they were trying to compete with WoW, right? They came out, what was it, 2 weeks before WoW did? They were trying to beat WoW to the punch, and they ended up rushing and tripping and falling. And any word about why Moth stepped down? I have no idea. Let me switch to a keyboard. Mobile ain't gonna cut it. Oh wow, it's that deep, huh? Yeah, that's all I saw. I actually kind of intentionally was I don't really. If Moth is going through something, then I'll feel bad, No. Okay, all right, hold on. We're not talking about EQL. We're not. Moth did not step down from EQL. Moth stepped down. Moth was in charge of the EverQuest emulator Discord. He stepped down from being the owner of the EverQuest emulator Discord. I said above what happened. It was drama about Moth banning someone who was working on Triune. Also, Rogan talking about how he is the go-between from Daybreak Games and Emu community. People were upset because no one asked for that. Oh, shit. I don't even... Why would that matter? Like, why would... So he banned somebody from the Triune community. Well, guys, not for nothing. Not for nothing, but, like, it's not even about being a Daybreak lackey. Like, they literally work basically for Daybreak. Daybreak is the producer of the game that they're building. So, I mean, you can call them a lackey, you can call them whatever you want, but it doesn't change the fact that, like, they work with them, and if they want to maintain a good business relationship, they probably have to do some of those things. Save the drama for your llama. This whole Emu Legends scene is completely... Yeah, there's so much stuff, too. So one of the reasons I don't really want to, like, dig into it too much is because I do have some inside knowledge about a lot of things that went down not all that long ago. Well, within the last year. And I do think that there's... Some of that stuff would be very distasteful had it gotten out. The fact he stepped down is honestly good on his side. He could have just nuked it and shrugged it at that point. Yeah, that would definitely not be bad. Like that would be really not an ideal outcome for him and everyone else involved. I mean, like, I don't know how many people know this, but for years, like, Secrets and Rogan were known as these people who were making money from, like, EC Tunnel behind the scenes. Like, they were selling items from P99 and from Project Quorum on EC Tunnel. And, like, they would basically, like, they'd sell, like, 5 items and then they'd report, you know, 1 or 2 people. And, yeah, I know who Platlord is. Or was, should I say? But yes, Platlord is a name that I know. That's all confirmed too, not speculation. Yeah, that is confirmed. That is not. I am not putting that out there as a like a. I think it's this, or I believe it is this. No, it is. It is 100% true. And there is proof. There's actually quite a bit of proof out there. But that's neither here nor there. I mean, it is what it is. Like, there's nothing we can obviously change or do about it at this point. What can you tell us about the new server for P99? I don't know. I ain't playing on no P99. I am done with emulators entirely. After I got... Actually, hold on. I think I still have it. I just dug this stuff out. I think it's over here. Hold on. This is my tax stuff. Yeah, this is it. Whoop. I don't know if you guys can see that or read that. This is Broken Stoic never plays on an emulator again. We learned the hard way. You won't play on my new Hello Kitty Island? No, sure won't. What is the new go-to for pet weapons? Just do an Earthshaker, but keep it under 1.1. Was that a C&D? No, that was they put me on notice, basically saying they didn't say anything. Okay, what they did is they sent me a copy of their court injunction insinuating that I may in some way be involved in some nefarious doings. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Kobayashi, I honestly don't delve into any of that crap. I mean, you could totally play a non and not stream it, but okay. Oh, no. Actually, Cardigan, it is not worth it financially. It is not worth it for me to do any of that. Like, it seems like it's not that big of a deal, but you got to understand that, like, if they bring me to court because they suspect something is happening, that's thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars that I will have in court fees that meant nothing. Like I would have to pay those legal fees, and that is not something that like Daybreak would have to then come back and pay for or anything. That would just be something that I would have to deal with, and I'm not willing to eat that just because I logged into a stupid server for 5 or 10 minutes. Not trying to throw stones, but you don't owe your fan base to emulators. No, I don't. How's a fish still not have those feels? Those fees? How's a fish still not have those fees? I would represent you for free, bro. I assume they have no grounds to sue you, but that never stops them. Well, so the paperwork that they served me with is a copy of all the stuff with THJ. So they basically believe that I was like employed to market for the game, and they pretty much said outright that they felt like I was like essentially like in charge of marketing for the game, which is ironic. Sorry, I meant to get your fan base from emulators. Oh no, you're good. Said before, I said, yeah. Yep. Staying out of court is generally a good life plan. Q, you missed it, buddy. I was wearing my Q. I was wearing my Quatos. I was wearing my Quatos sweatshirt. Where are you? I just saw you in here. I saw you. Where are you? I need to... There you are. I see you and your sexy little face there. Little shout out for the Q dog. Doing the big oot and sewer challenges. I started watching you from THA, but I stayed because you're awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. We started with THJ, but we've moved pretty far since then. I mean, we played a lot of different games. I like EverQuest. I played EverQuest for a really long time. I would like to start delving into some other stuff. And we probably will. There's a lot of other games. Monsters and Memories is coming out very soon. Pantheon maybe someday. Maybe. Bueller. Classic plus WoW. I've really been getting to WoW. I know, that probably makes me a horrible person. But I don't really play WoW. I'm really big into it. Madrullin Online Adventures. Reyna. Chat pause. What the hell? There we go. Still waiting for the next playtest on a Droolin' Online Adventures, guys. Still waiting for the next... I'm like... There we go. My point is that they can say anything in a lawsuit. Oh, yeah. Right. Well, it doesn't even have... and that's like years of money and stuff. Pantheon died the minute Brad died, unfortunately. I don't know if it's dead, but it's definitely like... I don't know what I would call it. It is a... somebody tried to raise a lich and they raised a zombie instead, I guess. I don't know. Oh my god, they're too freaking... Are you serious right now? Hold on. Right, we're gonna hit her with the life tap. Switch to empowered. We're gonna hit her with a life tap, and then we're gonna hit her with a... There we go. Suck it, Trebek. Stupid cleric. I got you. I passed my certification exam tonight, and thus I have completed my 4-year degree program. Can we get some W's in the chat for Play DHD Games? Passed their certification exam tonight. Big freaking grats, dude. Congratulations. Big life achievement. Way to go, my man. Way to go. I'm holding out till Broken Place Star Citizen when it's finished. I own Star Citizen already. Actually, I like the game, but it's buggy as hell. When it runs well, it's good. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, Eminem so close to just soaking up the entire EQMU and TLP player base if they had cave their annoying design choices. Yeah, I mean it's not for everybody, but I don't think it's terrible. I think it is a very unique experience. They're selling an idea, a concept, and I do think that a lot of people will enjoy it. Just as many people, you know, obviously don't necessarily like the idea or the concept, and that's okay. Like, whatever, they can do them. We should be happy more than anything that there are so many versions of games out. Like, there's so many MMOs out there with different concepts and different ideas, different philosophies that we can play basically whatever the hell we want, right? Like, if you want easy mode, you can go easy mode. If you want complicated, you can go complicated. If you want like hard, you can go hard, you know? You can chew. I was going to say you can choose Blue Chew, but yeah. Here's the deal. EQL has a potential to actually bring new players. They need marketing, though, i.e. streamers and content creators. Yeah. I mean, they have a bunch. There's literally 50, was there like 53 or 54 people in their content creator lineup? So I think they're okay. They don't need little old me. Blue Chew, new sponsor. Ooh. I'm waiting for AOA and Eminem. Hell yeah. It also could set a new precedent. I got a good feeling WoW will do an EQL like thing in the not so well. Isn't that what like the remixes are? Professor Falcon, don't you think that's kind of like what the remixes are? All right, we do have a new pet, and I'm really excited about this pet because this is the pet that I leveled up. This thing is level 10. Level 10 pet, no big deal. I don't even know what level is this thing. Is it literally 28? Oh yeah, it is. Wow. Okay, hold on. I need to see what level is this summoning at though. Hold on. All right, we should have. Let's see. 188 attack. Let me see really quick. I just want to compare this against my. I want to compare this against my thing. 188. 188 attack. 188. Oh, interesting. So the truncated pet is in here. What is the evasion? 295. Oh, this is exactly what I needed. This is exactly what I needed. Cool. This is the lower version of the pet. Poured myself a whiskey. I have a good friend, been an artist on Star Citizen since the beginning. He does amazing stuff. Just sad the whole thing's a scam. I don't know if it's a scam. I just think it's a freaking thing where I think they just got so far out of scope because it's not like they don't keep creating things in the game, but obviously after the recent events, it's kind of messy. I have a good friend. Yep. There's also been set a new precedent. Had to look it up. Remixes sounds like a TLP. I'm talking tri-class, so you can solo high-end stuff. Oh no, so Professor Falcon, it is exactly that. So you create a character, and you can like switch your classes and stuff, and you can solo all the endgame content. It's just it's set up in a really really weird way, but they do these like the most recent one I think was the Legion remix, and they did like a Pandaria remix. And you can go into the game and you can like do all these things and unlock all these transmogs and all this other stuff. It's pretty cool. It's actually kind of neat. EQL style. Wow, that would slap. I just replaced Rogue with Necro. Best decision ever. Lack of vertical progression on Rogue is depressing. AOC is a scam. Star Citizen just poorly managed. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's the case. 14 years, won by crowdfunding. Still no release date in sight. Game's a buggy mess. How is that any different than like 90% of the early access games? Like so there's a difference between a scam and like just a shit show, right? Like one thing is you enter into it with the intention of deceiving and harming other people, and the other one is just you suck. And I think this one is you suck. I didn't think Remix of WoW was soloing raids. Still join groups and kill bosses, just powerful classes. Wasn't trio. Yeah, there's no trio, but I soloed the raids and stuff. You're saying people didn't solo raids? I mean, so selling in-game assets for thousands of dollars, you're not forcing a player to like buy those things or engage in those things. Yeah, but again, the difference between a scam and like it's not a scam if you didn't intend to be stupid. Like if your intentions weren't to like rip people off. And even then, like it's not like they basically told people what they were doing. Didn't know solo was possible. Oh yeah, I freaking soloed tons of shit in that. Having fun on the THA emulator. THA with advanced loot is great. Kind of in a lull myself after completing Sky and the 200 runs it took. Yeah, I think that there's definitely people who are going to struggle with EQL being shallow. But in a couple weeks, we're going to have Rajarkian Foothills. Shortly after that, we'll have the Nectropos. We'll have the Nectropos. I don't know, whatever the hell it is. Castle, Netropolis. I don't believe it was a scam. I think it was run by a financially irresponsible leader that could. Well, so that one's a little different, right? Because we have proof that Steven spent the money on his house and other things, right? Like, we have proof that like the funds were misappropriated, which I think is a little different than like they just keep scope creeping the shit out of Star Citizen. They're like, oh man, wouldn't it be cool if your soda in your cup actually like when you took a sip it actually removed and had like real legitimate physics, like if you were in space? Wouldn't that be cool? And then they're like, yeah, and that's going to cost us like $20 million to create. It's going to be great. And then they take on like a bunch of new artists and a bunch of new engineers, and they're like, aha, we're going to create this thing. I know what you're saying, but in the end, does it matter? Yes, it absolutely matters, because it's the difference between people being evil and the difference between people being stupid, which is very different. And you can buy your cup now. We'll deliver it in 6 months. All this drama makes me think about just going to live and manually 3-boxing. Oof. But we're talking about AOC and Star Citizen now. We're not. This is an EQL. What's a good third for Rogue Necro? Rogue Necro Shaman, Rogue Necro Enchanter, Rogue Necro Shadow Knight, Rogue Necro Paladin, Rogue Necro Druid. Rogue Necro Druid could be really good. 0%. Good Kitty says Shaman 0%. Heard, Good Kitty, 0%. Good Kitty said 0%, guys. Also, on the scam versus not scam, it's the difference between something being criminal or not, right? Mr. Roberts could go to jail if it was a scam, but if it's not a scam, then Mr. Roberts will not go to. Can mage pets hold aggro on endgame boss mobs? If you're not in melee. If you're in melee, no. They will hold aggro, but the boss will not attack them. The boss will attack you. Also, this pet is not quite as badass as I was hoping. I need to get mana. Don't be an idiot. This is why I keep dying. I'll say this. Chris Roberts is at least an OG who pioneered space stuff. We'll see how well he sticks to making epic space game. I mean, the game is like playable too. Like, I don't know. It's such a weird thing. Are we saying Pantheon is a scam too then? So great with Ranger? Could be. Yeah, could be. Like, is Pantheon a scam? Because it's kind of the exact same thing. And in fact, actually, when they couldn't raise money through Kickstarter, they started their own GoFundMe kind of thing. And they did that. I don't know. I think it's just mismanagement. I think it's just people who don't, like, for lack of a better term, they ain't so bright and they made mistakes. I have hope for Pantheon. Procrastinate. Hey guys, I actually really I like Joppa, but man, if does he still live stream? Does Joppa still live stream stuff? I know they've been like working on stuff forever. They may not be evil, but if the end result seems the same, then it quacks like a duck. They took 1 billion of people's money and still haven't delivered a proper product. You know how many people do that, Cardigan, though? You know how often that happens on a daily basis? People being negligent and people being thieves are different. I'm sure he doesn't want to be bombarded. He hasn't in a long time. Dude, I know towards the end of when I last saw him like streaming and stuff, he definitely started getting very stressed. Playable mean, I just watched a video, Star Citizen's devs on their... Yeah, I watched that too. That is a new system that they're adding, like a new instance-based system. And yeah, they definitely screwed that up. They were really pissed at that guy too. True, but just because incompetence, evil behavior happens daily doesn't make it okay. Oh no, for sure, for sure. I'm not saying that it's okay. The question was whether, like, if it makes it different. And I think that in the grand scheme of things, it does make a difference, because intention versus outcome, while both may suck, one of those things can require like a justice or require a certain response, whereas the other one is like, oh, my sweet summer child, you're just an idiot. And frankly, again, we need personal accountability here. People decided to back that. Like, it's not like anybody held a gun to somebody's head. The same thing goes for AOC, frankly. Shitting on that dev video has 4 million views. Oh my god. I agree, it may not be legally a scam. They can go to jail for it, but there are plenty of people suing them. Yeah. Oh yeah. I bet. Which is probably also where a lot of that money's going. Never invested in either game. Yeah. I had a friend who was really big into Star Citizen. He had like the HOTA and everything, like all the space driving stuff. He talked me into buying it, and they had like one of their little launch packs that was on sale, and it was like a moderately good ship, and the single player Star Citizen thing, and it was like for under $40. Normally it was like 80 some odd bucks, and it was selling for like, I think it was like $44, and like with tax and everything, it was going to cost me like $50. And he talked me into it, and we got into the game, and we played for like a week. After that week we played, the elevators stopped working. And so when I spawned into the game, I couldn't even get out of the elevator. And it kept happening to me like over and over and over again. So I just gave up. I came back to the game probably, I don't know, maybe like 9-10 months later. And the elevators were still a problem, but they weren't as big of a problem. So I was able to get out. And then we jumped into the ship. And this is like the first time we jumped into the ship. So we jump into the ship, we go into space, and we're both in the same ship. I'm sitting in the, because he went all out. He bought like some stupid, super expensive ship that has like multiple pilot or like a gunner seat and a pilot seat. And so we're out there and we're in this thing and we're flying, and then he goes out and engages in some kind of bounty hunter mission. And so we go out in the bounty hunter mission, and when he starts shooting the gun, my character and the whole cockpit warps to the outside of the ship, And then all of a sudden I just die. And it was like, something just happened. So, yeah. And then I promptly uninstalled it. He played it for like 2 more months. And I logged back into it a little while ago. There's a guy called, was it Deployable Lover? He's a content creator on YouTube. And he was playing the game pretty heavily for a little while, and I reinstalled it when I was watching him play it. He's a big EQ guy too. And you know, I don't know. Like, the game seems cool. It could be really neat. They've added a lot of like game loops and stuff to it. It is still very buggy, as many people have noted. I don't know. I just, like, there's part of me, because it's not like it's a live service game even, like, there's part of me that says that the game is basically like an early access version of the game. And maybe that's just some copium, because I don't really care about the game, honestly. If it never launched, I wouldn't be sad. But I don't know. I paid for AOC, got 500 hours out of that for 120. I can't say I didn't get my money's worth. I just wish I could have kept playing it. Yeah, it's fair. Fine with long... wait, what happened? That happened to me too. Couldn't get out of the elevator, so I stopped playing it. I'm fine with long dev cycles, so long as they actually complete a game and it's good. We have so many publishers. So, but like, the good thing gets weird, because it's like, good by whose standard? And who decides what is good? Because it's like, that's like kind of it's a goalpost that can be moved, and the reflection of that goalpost is different for different people. I do think that they need to come out with something. EverQuest isn't a good game by most MMO. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Matter of fact, actually, EQL would be like pretty terrible by a lot of standards. But here I am having fun and enjoying it. I mean, if you're buying into a game now, yeah, but a lot of original investors from 12 plus years ago expect a lot more than they've delivered. A lot more. Have they? I honestly don't know. Like, Cardigan, I'm not like debating. I don't even have like a horse in the race, right? If SE said this is early access and didn't keep promising and missing release dates, that's one thing. Okay, that's fair. So then, by those standards, Pantheon is a scam as well. Like, I don't know. I think I certainly listen to the argument of like it being a scam. I just need to hear like the intention behind it. That's all. I don't care that much either. Yeah. It's a tough spot for sure. And I definitely think that like I do think that if people put money in like 12 years ago or whatever, and they haven't gotten the game that they thought they were going to get, like, I do think that those people should probably be given the option to get their money back. Absolutely. Because the game has taken like unbelievably longer than, I mean, people may have invested and died. You know what I mean? I had a buddy that put, another buddy, a real life buddy, who put like 6-7 grand into that game. But with the death of Brad, I don't think Pantheon will ever come out. I mean, it's already out, right? It's already out. It's just early access. And what are they calling the new server? The beta, whatever, test server. I don't know. That's really weird. Why do you need a test server for your like pre-released game? Seems really strange to me. What class would you play in Monsters and Memories? I played a Paladin. I've actually, my favorite class that I've played so far is Inquisitor, but my understanding is they've changed a bunch of the classes since I played last. I was actually planning on picking up Monsters and Memories once they did their wipe, but then they pushed things back, so we're kind of waiting. Attention, talk to people into giving money, then live off that money until it runs out, and then do it again. Fair, but they've pretty substantially like built the game out, right? Like, it's not like Ashes of Creation or like a lot of the other games where they're just like, oh, we ran out of money, we can't do these things. Or what was the other one? God, Camelot Unchained, right? Like, isn't Camelot Unchained? I might call Camelot Unchained a scam. That one's like borderline nefariousness, a lot of misrepresentation of facts. Heard they're not going to wipe early access, but they will release new server. I don't feel like EQL and Pantheon are true scams, just poorly managed. Intention is different, but I understand the frustration. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I feel, New Ed. That's exactly how I feel. Because they were wiping a lot. They better wipe good, like I told them. Pantheon with Brad was just as bad, if not worse. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into like that. I have like internal knowledge of some of the things that were going on with that. It's a tough situation. It's not like that whole thing is very complicated. Why didn't they make EQL on EQ2? I don't know, because whatever agreement that they came up with is whatever agreement they came up with. What was the game we all played with Brad after EQ? Started with an L. No, are you talking about Vanguard? Vanguard by Sigil Games, which was made with Brad and Jeff Butler. Yep. Well, it was actually made with it was Brad, Jeff Butler, and like a handful of the original EQ guys. And then Sony basically bought them. And then shelved Brad. I bet they will do EQ2 as long as it brings in enough money. I don't know, man. That would be a way more complicated thing, because it's not like there's a bunch of people out there. There's like one dude who was working on an emulator for EQ2. Some Days to Die, Project Zomboid, 12, 15 years, Dwarf Fortress, over 15 years. I think big thing that makes it a powder keg is all the money for the ships, etc. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, why did they make it was a game I played yet Vanguard, because EQ2 is less popular and people who made EQL ran EQ1 servers. I thought it was named something else. I bet they will do EQ2. Vanguard class combat were so good. Yep, Vanguard was great. Sad they forced it out so early. They didn't have much of a choice, unfortunately. I had such a good hope for that game. I think a lot of people do. Dude, not for nothing, Jeff Butler is like a fucking god visionary. Like the dude's like creativity and his like ingenuity when thinking up like various different ideas, what to put in a game, crazy. Like it's absolutely insane. I've sat with him while he's like brainstorming what to add to his new game. Holy cow. Amazing stuff. They have so many cool things planned for that game. Now I hope that they can pull it off, and I'm definitely going to throw that out there. His brain exists in a place in which I feel as though I'm not entirely sure we can achieve. It's kind of the same situation with like Chris Roberts to some extent, and I don't mean like scammy asking money. I mean like what they want to build may exceed the current technology or cost to make that technology for those things to work. Does that make sense? Which I also think was one of the downfalls of Vanguard at the time. Like, I think that Vanguard is like, the concepts and stuff in Vanguard were really good. EverQuest Landmark is another good example. EverQuest Next is another good example. Amazing ideas, amazing concepts, absolutely cutting edge, like, theory and involvement and gameplay. But the cost to institute the systems, I think, exceeds a reasonable cost to create a game. Especially with, like, the banks and stuff who don't really want to put money into this stuff anymore. Wow, the Infamiliar can spawn down here, too? That is crazy. Did he just spawn anywhere now? Only thing I remember from Landmark was Omid. Oh, boy. I played WoW until Kata and then moved to Rift. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we played Rift, like, October, November last year. Most butlers are. Also, I've seen EQL server pops is medium most of the day. At night, they're all high. So, Milo, if you trust the current population parses that are out there, the current peak points of the server are roughly 11 to 12K, and it's been on a gradual decline since their first day when they had roughly 19 to 20,000 players. That's not to say that all those people are the same people. I do believe that there are more people buying the game as time goes on, and guys like Co and other people are streaming it. He or Ethan Klein actually was talking about EverQuest Legends on his podcast the other day. Like, there's a lot of very big names talking about it, so more people are coming into it. But if you look at those numbers kind of tell a story. Played WoW for about a year, and they got married. My wife and I, our first like time going out together, we went to a bar on St. Patrick's Day, and we talked about WoW because she played WoW. I had no idea that she played WoW when I asked her out, but I'm convinced the gaming industry won't see an MMO like we yearn for until the industry collapses and Hollywood-esque business interests. I agree. It's a bank. It's a bank thing. A lot of it has to do with the banks and the money. There's a lot of like really weird people controlling the money right now, and they want to squeeze the gaming community real hard. And until that stuff gets under control, we're pretty much at the mercy of the pocketbook, which is one of the reasons those companies like that are trying to raise so much money. It's one of the reasons like NFTs and cryptocurrency became so popular in gaming. Not to say that players found it popular, but it became a popular way to try and raise money for gaming because these banks didn't want to put any money into it. Then the first sub kicks in, we shall see. Yeah, Dragon Lee, I agree. Goal is to make something fun with little regard to profit. Yeah, it's a double-edged sword, because I will say they need to make money, obviously, especially in today's day and age where the tax man has his hand in your pocket pretty heavily. Friend DM'd me earlier this morning, said she was listening to NPR on the way to work. EQL was being discussed. I was like, what the fuck? Why? Yeah, Shadowbane was a banger. Yeah. Couldn't handle the mass battles. That and dupes. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things, too. Who pays taxes? Jesus Christ, I do. God damn. We actually just got something in the mail. They jacked our property taxes up. And everybody, like, got really, really pissed off at the city. And so the city mailed out this thing to everybody, basically showing how much the state was raising education taxes. And they were like, it's not our fault. It's the state. Look. Sure enough, the state jacked up. Oh, shit. The state jacked up education taxes by a lot. And, yeah. I mean, it is what it is. Nothing I can do about it. 1099 gang. Ooh, shit. How much of a difference AI has had any effect on video game development? A ton. You've got, I mean, like, not for nothing, Hollowed Oath, which is being made by Kata and Aporia, and many of the other, like, like, THJ devs and stuff. That is being made with lots of AI, and they're doing really amazing things. They're not using, it's important to understand, though, they're not using AI to, like, create stuff. They're using AI to, like, do the, like, really annoying coding and stuff, right? Like, they're using AI to do the shit that would, like, take somebody forever to do, and you'd have to pay some guy with all kinds of certifications to, like, plug away. They're not using AI to be like, create world and draw dwarf and make tree or whatever. It's not like, there's a term generative AI, and I'm not entirely sure. I think the definition of generative AI has kind of moved a bit, because I think people would, like, it generates code, right? And the code generates an experience, and the experience is there. I don't know if people consider that generative AI or not. That's why we like garbage like Conqueror. Well, you are in Vermont. Fair. Avalon. Yeah, right. I am right below you, Broken. Man, I hate Mass. Oh my god, yeah, Mass is another state that's pretty bad. My mortgage 4 years ago was on a 99 tax insurance increase. Dude, YN 4000. Woohoo, yeah, buddy. I feel that pain. I feel that pain. My taxes just doubled. My taxes just doubled. It was crazy. Sure, they do need to make a profit, but if profit is secondary, tertiary goal, yeah, agreed. Tom, straight up. Yeah, I agree. Actually, I don't know if I want to call you Tomb, like Tomb Eve. I know your name is Tom Beef, or I think your name is Tom Beef, but I kind of want to call you Tomb Eve because it's just funny. It is a great tool. Hope devs wield it to cover labor gaps. Yeah, well, and that's just it, right? You don't have to pay unemployment to AI. You don't have to pay. You don't have to pay insurance, health insurance, and stuff. There is definitely a benefit to it. Not to say that I don't think that people should be paid and hired, but they're making an AI broken Stoic stream for them. Ooh, Croaker Black, what's going on? How many dot spells should I be running on my spell bar? I feel like I have too many. Kari, for your build, I would run. Well, you're lower though. Run your magic and your poison dots, and then anything else is gravy. Magic and poison dots. Don't worry about the fire dots. In fact, I would even go as far as to say ignore them entirely. I need a two-hand necro. Well, get it, baby. Look at this. Look at this sword, man. Look at this sword. It's so strong. It's so big. Giggity. Tokens are expensive. You still have to manage your expenses on the AI. Yeah, I don't like. I've been using Claude for like weird things lately. Giggity. That came out wrong. I've been using Claude to like research marketing stuff because I'm trying to learn. Like I'm trying to use Claude to learn things. One of the weird things, and maybe you guys you have alternative feelings or knowledge around this, but I think it's really hard with today's era of everybody monetizing everything for you to just learn stuff. When I was young, my science teacher used to tell me that you grew up in the best generation ever because you're going to be able to go onto the internet and you're going to be able to learn anything you want at your fingertips, which sounds great. But unfortunately, if I go onto YouTube and try to watch some video, it's some Yahoo guru who is basically trying to sell me their 12-step plan to like how to use a hammer to nail a nail into the like wood. And that's not what I'm looking for. First of all, they're all gimmicky. They're all like trying to sell you some stupid, like weird, get rich quick scheme or whatever, or learn how to knock a nail into a piece of wood in one hit as opposed to 3 hits or whatever. And so I've been using Claude to kind of like connect me to like marketing things and branding, like ideas behind some of that stuff. I've been talking about doing some brand deals with some people. And I just kind of like trying to figure out the industry standards rather than like relying on these YouTube gurus that are like really just they're not misleading you necessarily. Like it's all very gimmicky. Do my AI laundry and dishes and art drawing, not for AI to do my art and writing so I can do the laundry and dishes. Fair. I was thinking of doing this build with Warrior instead of SK. Crods, it's very good. The only difference is the Shadow Knight brings along with it the life tap buff, which is very, very good. There's some really bad takes on AI thing, like E33 lost one of their 900 Game of the Year awards because they used like placeholder texture. Oh yeah. You're talking about what's the damn game? The French composers, Claire, right? You're talking about the Claire game? Claire 33 or whatever it is? Claire Obscura, yeah. Expedition 33, that's what it was. Yeah. Yep. I saw that. Because they used a placeholder that they meant to take out, but they didn't. Whatever, I don't even care if they didn't mean to take it out. That's super stupid. You know how much of that stuff, especially like with the asset stores the way they are now, like you can't avoid... Bro, I can't even check my email without my email account using AI to like give me summaries, and I don't even want it to give me summaries, but it does anyway because it's a bastard. How do you think a Palibard Chanter would work? Palibard Chanter would be really good. A little bit redundant, but it'd be very good. I think you'd be fine. Hey, Claude. Let's get weird. I use Plague, Shaman. It's too much. I do Bond, Odium, and Venom, Cessation. Yeah, Secession is important to keep on your bar just for when you run into a healing mob. Other than that, Odium and Envenomed are really the two coupled. Like, those are the high DPS. And then, because you're a druid, I would also run the drones. But I would leave it at that. 9 out of 10, the YouTube guru is just reciting what AI told him. Oh my god. Alright, I'm not gonna lie. The other day, I put down a bunch of notes because I was like, oh, let's see how good Claude is at doing this. So I put down a bunch of notes in a Claude and I was like, hey, script this video for me. And I read the script and I was like, nope, nope, no. It's like, but the real secret is this thing. But that's not even the real secret. The next thing is really going to blow your mind. And I'm just like, this sounds like every freaking Chad content creator out there. No, thank you. I'm good. I'll pass on that one. Brand deals. Man, that sounds fun. Just like fun. We're streaming Raid Shadow Legends. Bro, Raid Shadow Legends reach out to me. In fact, they reach out to me 3 times now. Oh no, now my pet is a higher level and I can't take the frickin' stats. Damn it. Shit. If anybody is so inclined to level their 46 Shadow Knight pet like 5 levels and tell me, like, send me screenshots of all the stats of the first 5 levels, that would be great. Shit. I used to play Raid, became addicted. No shit. Yeah, dude, the game is like, I mean, the game is fun-ish until you hit the, like, paywall. Not a fan of Dark Souls type games, but I played the hell out of that one. I love Dark Souls. And the hot thing to learn in AI changes every other week. So 1 week you must learn Clawbot now. Next learn Hermes. I don't use Clawbot anymore. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, he's playing. Yeah. Despite the current price of PC components due to AI, I got 9800 X3D and 5090 with 64 gigabytes. So I can play EQL at... I love it. I love it. Share Raid Challenge read out to me, and I streamed like 3 months ago, 15 years ago. Yeah. Claude is good for learning targeted technical things if you have the foundational knowledge to understand it, not so much on the creative stuff. Yeah. What I'm trying to learn from it is more around, like, what are industry standards around marketing, and like what are the typical, they're not like resumes, they're technically like boards, they're like brand boards, and you basically have all your information for you as a content creator and you send that out to people you're interested in doing brand deals with. And so there's like industry standards for a lot of that stuff. And I want to figure that out, like how that all works, so that I can submit like the correct information and what's relevant. And like YouTube, not for nothing, but YouTube just flipped that all upside down too. So YouTube is now going to start counting all these extra things as views for you, but it doesn't mean shit for me. It just looks like my video is getting viewed like 10 million times more than it actually is. But and their whole reasoning they gave was literally because we want to bring in more brand people, but it's like, or more advertisements and stuff. But I don't know. Would Rogue, Paladin, Ranger struggle due to lack of sustain? No, it would be very good, actually. You would be very fine. The 2 wisdom pools, just make sure you focus on wisdom and ride with that. My pet is instantly going to die again. Very good. I'm not really doing anything for him, so whatever. Screw that guy. He can eat poop. No, pet, no. Whatever. $3 view per hour. Someone did a study around AI is wrong 40% of the time. Doesn't shock me. Well, hold on though. So I think you do also have to qualify those types of statements, right? It's like, guys, look at this AI. We programmed it, and look what it did. It freaking killed this person. It suggested that it's going to kill this person. And then you read the story and you find out that they programmed it to decide which way it was going to kill people, and they were waiting to see like which way it would decide to kill the people. They literally programmed it to decide to kill people. But that's not the way the story reads. Initially, they're selling you the story that's like, oh my God, the AI decided to do all these terrible things. And it's like, a lot of those things are very misleading. Because like, if you look into it, it's like, well, what was the topic? What were the prompts used? Like, there's a lot of different shit that plays into that. John Klein's quote, AI crap to me. Oh my God, Cardigan, dude, straight up. You're very right. Very, oh my God, yeah. Straight up. People don't understand. And you know what? Actually, I was thinking about this today in the shower. But you know the scary part about AI? I think that AI might be the death of society, but not in the way that everybody thinks it will be. So how dangerous is something that you can just input anything into it and it produces a thing? And it produces a thing specifically for you. So when you start to think about social sciences, humans have never been good at regulation of anything. We have never, ever, there's never been a time where human beings as a whole have been able to regulate their behaviors well enough so that like people have been able to just move about the world without getting addicted to something or like performing some type of like really nefarious thing. Like there's always been a time in which humans in some facet or another have been susceptible to bad things. And so where that gets even crazier is that now we're going to have this thing at our fingertips which can literally produce anything that we want. And do you think that humans are going to use that for good and wonders and wonderful things? Fuck no. Hell no. My pet never died. How is yours dying so fast? Because I'm in D4. Did you level up in D4? We'll use it for porn. Oh, 100%. Oh my God, 100%. It's already being used for porn. I'll say every AA model I've used is very politically biased. Yeah, it's because they're programmed that way. They're given guardrails to follow, and those guardrails are often politically motivated. It's the same thing with Google, though. If you go Google something, like any search engine now in today's world has political bias. They all do. They show preference because you can literally buy the search results. Amazon is no different. You can literally buy the search results. I use AI meme, insult my friends. Marin Glace. That's how you win the internet. That's how you win the internet. Calls back to when Broken said he used Claude for weird things. Grimpath. Whoa. Grimpath. Calm down. All right. What me and Claude do while me and Claude are alone in my office together is between me and Claude, okay? Just go on Twitter. It's a bunch of dudes. Dude, screw Twitter, man. I freaking like, I don't know. So hot take here. Don't set me on fire. I don't think Elon is stupid, but man, Twitter is freaking absolutely insane. It is a platform which literally incentivizes rage baiting. And why on earth does every freaking business want to use Twitter as their their flagship social media platform? I mean, I don't think he's that stupid. He didn't just trip and fall into trillions of dollars. He's smarter than I am. Yeah. Agreed. Social media is bad. But stay on this social media, guys. We're not bad here. I mean, Amazon and Twitch and Kick and But here, you know, it's good. Sounds like Reddit too. Yeah, oh my god, I hate Reddit too. No. He was just born with billion. I mean, born with billions, but turned it into trillions. I don't know, guys. I don't know. There's a lot of people who are born with money every day and squander it. Actually, I don't even think... He wasn't born with billions either, was he? He was born with millions, turned it into billions, and then turned it into trillions. Leave all social media. Gotcha. What's going on, Thowith? No, his daddy ran an emerald mine, literal slaves. Oh, man. Listen. Are you on a digital device right now? Congratulations. You also helped slavery. We should not be in a world where we're pointing fingers at people doing things that our relatives or anybody else did. But let's change the subject before this becomes a super political discussion. Love you all. You're beautiful human beings. Just don't want to go down that road. How about that MS Paint, right? Bro. I didn't work at Blizzard for 7 years, and I can use the amazing, wonderful, absolutely foundational MS Paint. Daybreak should hire your dad. Man, bro. Warking24, thank you so much for the sub with the Prime. Guys, I don't know who my dad is, so maybe my dad did work for Blizzard. There's a chance, right? There's a chance. I am a bona fide bastard, so it's kind of like, you're my dad? Oh my god. My dad owns a dealership. Lord Lion, love it. The skills you have at Paint are amazing. I know. I'll make sure they're better next time, though, okay? I'll make sure my skills at Paint are better next time. Oh man, it's 9 o'clock. Jesus Christ. All right. We'll go Origin. I'm glad you got the reference. Hell yeah, boy. I mean, most people are... Yeah. We're... Cardigan, love you. We're going to move on from that topic. Don't change there. How are you farming motes? Is it just target named? Yeah, you just run around and you target named. I hate that I'm probably going to have to buy more storage. Yeah, that is a thing. Running D4... Level 25, Monk, Paladin, Mage, running D4 Befallen, humbling. Yeah. Yep. All right, cool. How many did we get, though? At the end of the day, we're walking away with 19 major potential motes, which is it feels kind of light. But I'm okay with it. We have enough to, like, fund a bunch. We actually got the Mote of Greater Potential too. Not bad. The 28th. You're not going to be able to tell until September anyway. I hate that I already bought storage. I don't know. Sometimes people confuse lucky with smart. Never know. Okay, let's see here. We did okay. We're up to 290 AA, which is not a lot, but we're getting there. We're at the point where we're like, we only need some things. No, I just need to know when I can't log in anymore since there's no countdown for it. The 28th. I assume you started on the first day, which would be the 28th. I bought storage, don't regret it. Anything to make my gameplay loop less shit. Worth it. Hell yeah. It's a fine line between clever and yeah, guys, I love you. We're done with the conversation about that. Thanks. I genuinely appreciate all of you. I appreciate your insights. If you seriously do Plane of Sky Quest, you must buy storage. Not an option, really. I know. Dude, look at my bank. Hold on. This is ridiculous. If you want motes, I'm over 2K major from grouping. Jesus Christ. Nidhogg Crowley, I don't have any friends, so, you know, it is what it is, man. Let's see here. Whoa, one of my bags is like overlapping here. Why are my bags overlapping? Okay, that one's overlapping. That one goes there. Okay, that one's not overlapping. All right, why the hell is this overlap there? Okay. Okay, that's in the right spot. Right spot. Is it these ones? Okay, that one's in the wrong spot. Put that up there. And then that one's in the wrong spot as well. Weird. I don't know why that happened. But yeah, there's my inventory. Isn't this pretty? Did you see Spinal Tap? You didn't see Spinal Tap? Your bank doesn't count. You're a hoarder. Whoa, that is racism. Been working on Soulflower, now working on Torrid Corruptor. Dude, yeah. The Torrid Corruptor, I did them together. I did both Fiery Avenger and Torrid Corruptor together, so I didn't have to play the, like, faction slinky. Don't do that. Don't do that. It's bad. I just finished all my quests, was able to free up 200 slots. Nice. Nice. That's awesome. Holy Steed to +10. He's +6. He's +6. Where is he? Where is he? Activated Holy Steed +6. And then I put him in my arrow. I put my steed in my arrow. This is where I park my horse, in my Gloomwater arrow. Do you know what dots I should level? It's not Keen, it's not that bad. It's just annoying. The quests are annoying because you have to slinky your factions around. There used to be a can. Yeah. Then the Avenger, kill the Sky Chick. Going to need a ton of storage after Kunark launches and we start working on epics. Maybe they'll do more, but did you get every Sky Quest reward to +10? No. Change the key to B. Opens them all. Why is your Holy Steed +6? Oh, baby. Because 6 inches, you know what I'm saying? Don't tell me you have been using actual motes, though. Wait, what do you mean? To level my horse? No. I was just using the... You click the button. You do this. You do this. You get the horse out like this. And you put this guy in your inventory like this. And then you click the button like this. And then it gives you another horsey. And then... Oh, wait. I'm in here. And then you click the button like this. And then it summons the new horsey. And then you take the new horsey. Wait, does it not let you do this anymore? Did they stop it? People were literally destroying their inventory. Oh, can you not do it anymore? Or do I have to be outside? It was fixed? Oh, okay. Oh, so I forever will have a +6 horsey? That's okay. Free 10 slot bags you bank as you need by disenchanting the container for the Staff of the Wheel quest. Senpai, nice. I'm leveling Holy Steed right now. Hell yeah. Do you know the difference in speed? Yes, the difference in speed is 0. It doesn't actually do any difference in speed. It doesn't, leveling your horse doesn't do anything. It's super stupid. I'm not sure why they put it in there. A bunch of people ended up completely destroying their inventory because you couldn't destroy the actual steed. It is what it is. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I mean, between the two no, I know. There's no difference. There's no difference at all. They actually refunded people's AA, but you can buy them again, so I don't know what the hell. But there's no difference. Look at my horse. My horse is amazing. Right? Look at my horse. My horse is amazing. Give him a lick. Tastes just like raisin. No? Is that not the song? Is that not the way? All right. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, I do love you. It is after 9 p.m. And as a result, we are going to go ahead and end the stream tonight. I do love all of you. You guys were beautiful human beings. I really appreciate all of the gifted things, all the gifted subs, all the wonderful, primies and subs and monies and all those things. I do appreciate all of you guys hanging out just in general and talking and asking questions. We got to witness my absolutely terrible, I mean, Chad level MS Paint, where I showed you guys how pet damage works and how you decide whether or not a weapon is useful or not. If you're interested in seeing that, go ahead and rewind the video back a couple hours and you'll see some really, really terrible MS Paint work as I try to fumble my way through explaining how damage is calculated. And you guys are awesome, man. Like, genuinely, I really do appreciate this community. Every single last one of you. You guys are awesome people. I really thank you so much for hanging out. And if you haven't already, please consider tapping that follow, that subscribe, all those places. We're on Kick, we're on YouTube, we're on Twitch, we're on TikTok. And hopefully tomorrow we'll be getting some of these videos out. I purposefully have blocked DMs on my Discord so that I can stay focused and not be distracted. That's right. Love you all. Take it easy. Until next time, be safe.